give Cherry a nudge. Cherry, ready to go. All right? Okay. Kia ora and welcome everyone to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. In the first instance, I'll ask Ms. Ruth Groffman to open the meeting with a prayer, representing two different denominations. So, welcome. Please continue.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, councillors, I'd like to present a prayer from Scientology. It's the prayer for total freedom, and it will be followed by the Jewish prayer. Okay. May the author of the universe enable all men to reach an understanding of their spiritual nature. May awareness and understanding of life expand so that all may come to know the author of the universe. And may others also reach this understanding which brings total freedom. At this time, we think of those whose liberty is threatened, of those who have suffered imprisonment for their beliefs, of those who are enslaved or martyred, and for all those who are brutalized, trapped, or attacked. We pray that human rights will be preserved so that all people may believe and worship freely, so that freedom will once again be seen in our land. Freedom from war and poverty and want, freedom to be, freedom to do, and freedom to have. Freedom to use and understand man's potential, a potential that is God-given and godlike, and freedom to achieve that understanding and awareness that is total freedom. May God let it be so. Okay, so now I'm going to do the Jewish prayer for community leadership. Eternal God, let us fuel your presence even when we deal with mundane matters. May the aims we set ourselves and the means we choose to implement them accord with your will. Make us conscious of our responsibility as leaders of our community. By the example we set and the policies we adopt, may we help its members to understand our heritage, to practice our faith, and to work for the welfare of society. Grant us the wisdom to build on past achievements, the humility to learn from past mistakes, the courage to think new thoughts and to consider new ideas. May we listen to each other with respect and judge each other with loving kindness, and may our controversies be only for your sake. Guide us with wise counsel and establish the work of our hands. Amen.
Kia ora, and thank you. We now move to public forum, and we have three speakers today. And I'll remind the speakers for public forum that they have 5 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questions. And the 5 minutes will be indicated by a timer on the screens behind me. And we'll start with Mr. Chris Ford, who's on the Zoom link. So when you're ready.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to appear at this open forum. I appear today on behalf of Disabled Persons Assembly, DPA, and our Aotearoa Dunedin disabled community in support of Councillor Mayhem's motion. I urge councillors to pass this motion. In asking that this be done, I would like councillors to consider the evidence that has been gathered to date on the impact of cuts to disability support. DPA recently ran an online survey which gained 180 responses in just a few days. Many of the disabled participants in whānau who participated highlighted how these changes had affected their well-being and had reduced the choice and control that we have over our lives. Respondents told us that the funding changes had resulted in reduced social well-being for disabled people. Many said that their ability to visit family, friends, and be out and about in their community will be impacted. Loss of independence. Many said that not only will they be confined to their home, that they will also lose their ability to move around within their home and look after their own personal needs. The loss of options for carer support and respite care, including for disabled parents called caring for disabled children, some of whom have support workers so they can care for their own baby. Poorer health and safety outcomes. For many, access to occupational therapy, physiotherapy, and massage therapy are all needed to maintain a standard of physical well-being that cannot be obtained in other ways. The loss of ability to purchase, replace, or repair needed equipment, including aids and sensory requirements, and equipment for self-care and movement around the home. These funding changes in the way they were announced by Whaikaha, Ministry of Disabled People, have clearly caused very tangible distress and anxiety for many disabled people and our families, whānau, and carers. In addition to the Whaikaha changes, we are also deeply concerned about the jobs being cut from the Ministry of Education that will harm disabled children's education. Similar roles proposed for disestablishment include those supporting disabled learners and providing advice to schools on accessing speech and language therapy. Access to education is vital because this supports our access in other areas, such as employment, health, and housing. Excuse me. Cuts to transport subsidies for children and young people, about to impact us off tomorrow, May the 1st, will affect many disabled tamariki and rangatahi who access public transport in our communities. Accessible, affordable transport is important for everyone to have continuing social connection, including disabled people. The real terms benefit cuts, which came in on April the 1st, through delinking benefits from being raised by either the Consumer Price Index or average wages, whichever was the highest, will impact thousands of disabled people. Thousands of dollars will be lost from the pockets of disabled people on job seeker support and supported living payment over the next few years at least. Excuse me. I could go on, but will conclude by saying that the cumulative impact of all these harsh changes is already seriously detrimental to the well-being of disabled people and our families. Many disabled people already experience unfair stress and anxiety, which has further been exacerbated by these funding changes. Council's passing of this motion today will send a clear signal to the new Minister for Disability Issues, Louise Upston, and to government that the wider community supports these changes being reversed and that Dunedin as a city believes in good lives for all, where everyone, including disabled people, can fully contribute to society. Mayor, over to you and councillors for questions.
Questions. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, kia ora, Chris, and thank you as ever for a really on-point presentation. Chris, my question is around the announcement on 18th March and those cuts, and the question is, even before the announcement of those cuts, is it your feeling that the support already offered by Whaikaha, the Ministry of Disabled People was adequate or not?
Well, excuse me, just have a bit of a frog in my throat this morning. Essentially, the support offered by Whakaha was improving in terms of individualised funding, in terms of the options available to disabled people. There have been greater flexibility introduced as a result of the COVID-19 emergency in 2020, I think it was. Their flexibility gave disabled people and families, whānau carers, far more options in terms of what could be done with the funding. It could be used to support a disabled person, for example, who needed to travel for work-related purposes or to visit family whānau or whatever. However, this support has now been reduced due to the changes.
Councillor Gary.
Morena, Chris, thank you for your points you made. I wanted to ask you around your experience and impression. You talked about the flexibility of individualised funding as an example. Is it true that, is it the case that there is a robust criteria within that flexibility? And I'm particularly thinking of some of the comments made by the previous minister around things that would suggest that disabled people with this funding are living the high life. What would be your response?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I think that the comments by the previous minister were really off the mark. There are robust mechanisms, as you refer to. For example, there can be no purchases using individualised funding of things like alcohol, tobacco, or lotto tickets or anything of that nature. That is just not possible. There would be, for example, if the funding request is made and if an item doesn't look to be in line with that, then the Ministry of Disabled People would be able to say no, or the fund holder would, and for example, there are a number of individual funding hosts. I'm with Manawanui, for example, and they would be able to say, if I or anyone else were to make a request along those lines, no, you can't have it, sorry. I think that that's quite legitimate, and the system, as you say, Councillor Gary, is robust in that sense.
My subsequent question is, and referring to Manawanui, so would it surprise you to learn that in the network meetings Manawanui are having around the country, one this afternoon that I will attend,
which I will be too.
I will see you there, that there are very distressed people from the impact of these changes?
It doesn't surprise me at all. DPA has been, as I referred to in the comments that I made earlier, we have heard stories of huge distress that came through in the survey. One story, for example, really moved us in that one person said they've been crying since the changes have been introduced. They've been crying almost constantly. The distress is real.
Councillor Mayhem.
Morena, Chris, thank you for your korero this morning. The second part of my motion says that consistent access be given to the flexible disability support funding. Do you believe that at the moment, as it stands, there is not consistency around how the funding is allocated?
That is correct. That is what I understand. Even though there have been clarifications coming in from Paikaha, the Ministry of Disabled People, there have still been inequities created as a result of those clarifications. I will just give you an example of those, councillors. On the one hand, there was a sort of cut-off date of, I think, March the 18th or 19th in respect of any funding claims that were to do with a support person being able to accompany a disabled person, say, on a work-related trip, they would be accepted. If they fell on the 19th of March or thereafter, they're not going to be accepted. That is just grossly unfair and inequitable, creates gaps. It's just really analogous to an attack on our human rights, really, as disabled people.
Agreed.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. We
Thank you very
appreciate
much, Mayor, and thank you very much to Councillor Meehan for bringing the motion to council. Kia ora.
Thank you for your
Kia ora.
attendance. Next, we have Mr. Tyler West.
Kia ora, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for having me here today to outline the proposal I'm going to make. Kia ora koutou, my name is Tyler West. I'm a locally based historian and writer. I'm presenting today to propose the installation of an information board to inform about and memorialise a major disaster which shaped 19th century Dunedin. I'll provide a very short history of the tragedy before outlining my proposal. What I'm referring to is the Café Chantant fire, also known as either the Ross Building fire or simply the Octagon fire of 1879. The fire, which burned down the Ross Building, which once stood where the Regent Theatre is today, is among the worst by loss of life in New Zealand's history, with the loss of 12 people over the night of the 8th of September 1879. Now, it was far from the first major fire to strike our city, as several outbreaks had occurred over the prior decades. I'll outline two here. In February 1864, more than 30 buildings were destroyed in the vicinity of Hope Street and Stafford Street to a cost of some £150,000 sterling, equivalent to 33.3 million NZD today. Fire to strike up. Who was?
I don't know. Somehow that.
Okay.
They might be referring to Seacliff.
Right,
That
that
was
might have
much
been a loop
later.
back from the recording. I'm sorry for that interruption.
Okay.
Please carry on.
In April 1867, both sides of Princess Street between the Octagon and Moray Place were burned, with the loss of every building on both sides, as well as significant damage in the Octagon itself adjoining, with nearly 30 buildings in total destroyed. Now, while the great fires of the 1860s, which continued into the 1870s, were spectacular, they rarely ended in injury or death, although that did happen. As such, while further work to memorialise them could be done, it is the Octagon fire of 1879 that demands immediate attention, in my opinion. The Ross Building was designed and commissioned by prominent and prolific architect David Ross. It was developed from land lease to completion in 1876 and was owned by Ross himself, while the Café Chantant was established by William Waters and occupied much of the ground floor, and had in its short life something of a reputation of being quite politely rough. On the night of the 8th of September 1879, sometime around 2:15 a.m, the first call for alarm was made by a neighbour who threw a brick through an upper floor window to alert the occupants. 45 people were present in the building, all asleep when the commotion began. By the time Waters in the basement was alerted that the fire was well established, it took 15 minutes from the first notice of fire for the station fire alarm to be raised, and another 15 for the entire building to be ablaze. Ultimately, 12 people, including 6 members of the Wilson family, perished, the patriarch Robert Wilson among them, who was the editor of the Otago Witness. Although there were inquiries and 2 trials, an exact cause was never definitively determined from among the prevailing theories. While there were well-attended public funerals in the aftermath, and a precedent was set by criticism of the existing volunteer fire brigade, which, along with the experience of the prior conflagrations, led to significant reforms of the brigade and eventually the formation of a professional brigade in 1907, public memorialisation of the fire has been limited. To my knowledge, until this year, the closest thing to a public memorial was the grave of the Wilson family in the Southern Cemetery. A small plaque was installed in the Regent Theatre foyer next to the ticket booth earlier this year. However, it is quite small, about the size of an A5 piece of card paper, up high and easy to miss if one is not looking for it. My proposal, therefore, is the installation of a permanent information board directly across the street from the entrance to the Regent, in between the bin and park benches in the lower Octagon, directly opposite the front door. A board with a short history of the event and using a photo taken the morning after the fire should suffice, in my opinion. As far as I'm concerned, there are multiple reasons to do this. First and foremost is to acknowledge the scale of the disaster and the lives lost. Such devastating events in the local region, such as the Aramoana shootings or the Seacliff fire, have tended to occur a far distance from the city centre itself. This happened in the heart of the city. Further, it is important to make publicly accessible physical signage of such important historical events. Our history, even in a city as conscious of its past as Dunedin, is too often unacknowledged in a manner sufficient to make future generations aware of such events. It is also worth noting that the character of our centre city is built in part on its heritage and history, to the extent that I believe it can rightly be said to be an important aspect of the local tourism industry. These, I believe, are more than sufficient reasons to go ahead with the proposal. And I'd like to leave, if I may, with a quote from William Waters himself, accused, acquitted, but survivor nonetheless, as he alerted his servants to the danger. "For God's sake, get out, girls, the place is on fire." To my knowledge, they survived, but 12 did not. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. As someone who's a historian, do you think we have enough information about many of our heritage sites throughout the city? Do you find that?
In some cases, yes, but in many cases, no, in my opinion. An instance where I think we do have sufficient memorialisation might be the Workers' Memorial, which has a large information board outlining the reasons for its establishment. However, there are events such as the Café Chantant, which have very little in the way of memorialisation, and little that could point people towards where they might learn about such events.
Is this your first approach to council to come to the forum, or have you had any contact with council staff?
This is my first approach, although I have made contact with Toitu Early Settlers Museum to establish whether one of their displays, a very early horse-drawn appliance, was present at the fire. It's unclear if that was the case due to the chaos of the night. And I've also approached the Regent Theatre to ask about the details of the plaque I mentioned earlier.
Might I suggest contacting the Enterprise Dunedin? There is are you aware that there's a destination plan, and some of that destination plan has around signage within the central city and product development as well, which is about telling our stories?
I wasn't previously aware of that, but I'm happy to pursue anything which gets that installed.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan?
Thank you. Because I saw you yesterday, I believe you have a connection with the firefighters. That being the case, do you think there's because I think one of the difficulties around that fire at the time was access to get in for the fire. Do you think we've learnt from that experience, and do you have any, do you think, because your connection with the firefighters, it may be an unfair question to ask you, but do you think that is, that there's good access now?
By access, do you mean access for equipment to ongoing situations?
My understanding is, I'm aware that at the time there was difficulty with the access around that, and I just wondered if from a fire service point of view, if they are, believe that's now, if there was ever, hopefully that's not the case, but that there's. Anyway, it's. I'm sure that there's other. Yeah, that's a difficult question to ask. But another question: did you realise that the guy, I think his name's Andrew, who does the ghost tours around Dunedin, Trailblazer or something it's called, he talks about that on his trip. It's actually really quite interesting. But so, from a tourism point of view, it's obviously no one wants to benefit from the terrible deaths that happened at that time, but you're correct, there's stories about our city as well that historically is really interesting, and people are interested to hear what happened. So yeah, it's people like that are telling some of those stories now.
Is there a question? Sorry.
That was the question, is that did he realise that he did that as part of his tour?
Yes, I am aware of that part of the tour. I think my position here is that you can choose to go on the tour, and it's fantastic to do so. It's a pretty cool tour, but in terms of a permanent memorial that anyone walking past could see, and especially be made aware of the plaque inside the foyer that commemorates those deaths, there's nothing that you can kind of wander past at present.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. Let's hope we have improved our fire regs since 1879. My question is simply, Are you here on behalf of, in essence, are you asking us to sort of fund and drive this, or are you affiliated to a trust or a group that would coordinate, for example, with potential funders like us to drive this project?
I'm here on my own today. I am a member of the Dunedin Fire Brigade Restoration Society. To an extent, answer Councillor Lucas before, my grandfather was a 50-year veteran of the service. Sorry. So today I'm here looking for funding. However, I believe pretty strongly that people associated with the society would be happy to assist in the background research and other things required to establish that information board. But today I'm here on my own behalf.
Just a brief suggestion, probably hit any of us up just to sort of talk about the best way of accessing us for funding via a group. I'm willing to help. I'm sure others are as well.
Thank you, Mr. West. That's all we have time for, but thank you for your presentation. And next we have Robin Vintner, who will talk about fluoridation.
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing me to speak to you. My background has been my whole career has been in health, and so I'm coming from that background. In mid-November 2023, a headline caught my eye. High Court finds Ashley Bloomfield's fluoride directive unlawful because it failed to consider the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act before he mandated 14 councils to put fluoride into their community's drinking water. And I don't see any difference for those councils who are already in the system. Putting this poison in the water of every Dunedin household means you are taking the democratic rights away from those of us who don't want it in our water. These ethical grounds are one reason I'm against the public health initiative of putting fluoride into the water that we all drink. Medical treatments are meant to come with information so that we can give informed consent. I'm not aware of having signed anything to say that I consented to the highly toxic fluoride being introduced to our water. And this has become quite a hot potato in many councils in New Zealand. 96% of Europe don't allow it. Fluoride is not safe and effective, contrary to what the MOH claims on its website. Where have we heard those words before? There have been two major systematic reviews, one in 2000 and one 15 years later. The latter is a Cochrane review with its gold standards. The objectives of the Cochrane review was to evaluate the effects of water fluoridation on the prevention of dental caries, which of course is the main thing that we all continue to look at. Only 3 studies since 1975 were of sufficient quality to be included. They showed that water fluoridation doesn't reduce cavities to a statistically significant degree in permanent teeth or baby teeth, and over 97% of the studies were at a high risk of bias. Trevor Sheldon, Dean of Hull York Medical School in the UK, led the advisory board that conducted the 2000 review. He came to similar conclusions as the Cochrane review. The lack of good evidence of effectiveness shocked him. He said, "I had assumed because of everything I'd heard that water fluoridation reduces cavities, but I was completely amazed by the lack of evidence. My prior view was completely reversed, and there's hardly any evidence that the practice works." Overall, the review suggests that stopping fluoridation would be unlikely to increase the risk of tooth decay. Studies that show effectiveness were generally done before the widespread use of fluoride-containing dental products in the 1970s and later. It has also become clear in the last 15 years that fluoride primarily acts topically as with toothpaste. So therefore, there's no good reason to swallow fluoride and subject every single tissue of your body with it. There's also been work done on examining the side effects of consuming fluoride. They found that it interferes with the endocrine system, that's the hormonal system, especially in its relationship with iodine and thyroid. It also impaired brain function. Mothers with higher levels of fluoride during pregnancy were more likely to have children with ADHD symptoms, especially inattention. A US suppressed government report found fluoride can reduce children's IQ, which was made public in March 2023. Fluoridation is the addition of highly toxic chemicals that would otherwise be considered toxic waste, which the phosphate fertiliser industry would have to pay to dispose of. The US government's National Toxicological Program, NTP, has released a draft of a major 6-year review into fluoride's neurotoxicity. In February 2024, there was a trial around the release of these findings, and it is considered that whether the final version of this report is released or not, it has been thoroughly contested in the court. This ruling should be out at about the end of April. The meta-analysis could not detect a safe level of exposure. Research from the US government provides undeniable evidence that fluoride is neurotoxic, even at the level that New Zealanders are exposed to. Rotorua District Council requested a response from the MOH regarding the May 2023 draft of this review, and the MOH did not reply. NTP concludes that fluoride is presumed to be a cognitive neurodevelopmental hazard to humans. The Chief Science Advisor from the first draft says this determination is very clearly dose dependent, which actually means we shouldn't have fluoridations, since there is no way of knowing what dose anyone is getting, or more importantly, what dosage per day anyone is getting. One more piece. And I would add here that when children have medication prescribed, it is usually at a lower dose than adults. There is no ability to do this when the fluoride is in the water. So continuing with this is a waste of taxpayers' money, not to mention the significant health risks it exposes our communities to.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Vandevers.
The issue of people not having a choice is one that has been raised for a long time. Do you see that as being more important than the questionable effectiveness of it, or do you think it's the questionable effectiveness that you've outlined that should be the reason we don't force people to have fluoride?
Effectiveness or side effects are both are combined in that health aspect of it, and I think that's vitally important that we're not exposing the whole of the community to something that we don't need to be putting into our bodies. I'm lucky enough that I can afford to have a filter on my water system, but not everybody can do that.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. Very good. Now, moving on to item 3 on our agenda, apologies. There's an apology for early departure from Councillor Gary. And so that's it. And, sorry, I'll move that Council accepts that apology, seconded by Councillor Mayhem. I imagine no discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I move that the Council confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Councillor Walker. Is there any comment on that? Okay, in which case I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Declarations of interest, item number 5. Are there any changes or updates to the declarations of interest? No, then therefore I'll move that the committee note the elected members register and confirm the management plan. So, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 6, the confirmation of the minutes from a council meeting on the 27th of March 2024. I move that council confirms the public part of those minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Is there any comment? No, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And reports, item 7, actions from resolution of council meetings. The Chief will speak to the report. It says.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and Councillors. Happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'm just looking at the first page, 28, at the bottom, community housing fees and charges. Your email, or somebody's email of yesterday, talking about the number of submissions. that have been received as of last Wednesday. Is there any data on how many of those submissions received last week were from community housing tenants?
Councillor, the only data we have is that there were 198 submissions, high level, on community housing, not whether they were specifically from tenants or not.
Will we have that by the hearings?
I can add what I know. I was speaking to Ms Nelson this morning, and she has indicated that a number of folk who are coming to speak to council are tenants, but we haven't asked specifically for that information. We would have to think a little bit about if that's information we can supply. But I do know that there are a number of tenants coming to speak at the hearings.
Do we have any other questions? Appears not. Therefore, I'll move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings as attached. Seconded, Councillor Gilbert. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 8. The Forward Work Programme for Council from April 2024. Do you have any preface? Okay, are there questions for the Chief? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to raise, and it's related to a question I asked in the ISCOM meeting around the Peninsula Connection and the relevant resolutions which weren't in there. There were some council-related ones. It wasn't there. It's in the work programme, but there are two current resolutions, one from last annual plan, one from this annual plan. Only one appears in there. They are similar, but not the same. But not all of the information is recorded here, so it doesn't reflect the most recent resolution, 12th of March 2024. Can someone explain that to me?
So you're talking about the Forward Work Programme? Yep.
Talking about the Forward Work Programme, and it doesn't reflect in full the most recent resolution. The comment I made at ISCOM was there was no record of that in the ISCOM agenda.
So the Forward Work Programme captures in a summary form the work, underlying that if there is a resolution, staff will be aware of that, but the resolutions aren't in the Forward Work Programme put out in full.
Understand that. I don't believe it reflects the resolution. So in terms of the previous one, and I'm talking about it here because that's where it's listed, but the resolutions, it's not, that's only the open action list, it's not recorded anywhere there.
Indeed, and there's a mixture between if it's an action that generates work, it goes into the Forward Work Programme. If it's an action that just needs to be monitored, it sits in the resolutions. It's a balancing act, but it's there. It says there's a report coming anytime from August to January, just depending on the time frame.
Yeah, this is December, and that's in the detail. Yeah, I would expected more detail to be in that. That's really the question I'm asking.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Just on page 40, around the comment that staff are having regular meetings with the Dunedin Theatre Network, MOU has been completed. Says their report was presented to the April 2024 Community Services Committee. My question is, was it? I remember a housing plan, playgrounds and live music, but I don't remember. Yep.
That's actually a mistake. It doesn't reflect the Forward Work Programme report that was presented to you last week, and it should say that there was a September report that came in 2023 and that another report would come in August, which is what it says in the Forward Work Programme for the Community Services Committee. So there's just been an admin issue. It's a mistake.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have a question around the LGNZ AGM remits and rules, and I note that later we have a motion coming up which requests a remit. I just want to understand the process for if the Dunedin City Council chose to put some remits up, what would that process be? Obviously it says here the remits will be considered in advance, but I don't recall that we've ever had a process within our council to put remits forward. So how does that work?
If I may, Mr Mayor,
Yes.
Susan Freeman Green has recently emailed a process last week, and so we'll circulate that. And from memory, if council wishes to resolve something, it then needs to seek support from, I think, 5 other councils. So I'll forward that for councillors to have a look at, and then it will be up to them if they wish to activate that process.
Done. Councillor Mayhem.
Sophie actually asked my question around the remits, because when I was researching about the rates rebate, I saw at the last AGM that the Horowhenua District Council actually put forward a rates rebate asking for the amount to in line with inflation and the cost of living, and it was voted 98% said yes, and I just wondered when, where or how that comes back to us. How did it, where did that end up?
Your delegates would have been present at the meeting, and I'm sure
Yes, it would have been, well, it would have been reported in Taitura, the regular magazine that comes out, you know, the regular email correspondence from LGNZ. Are there any other questions? Councillor Gary.
Sorry to emphasise this, but it is a correction. So with the Peninsula Connection matter on page 36, could we just have a correction made, because it does say in the progress to date the by December 2024, that was part of the resolution, and yet the blue section takes it all the way to January, and that is relevant. I know that's the time period for which the 9-year plan program is being finalised, but in that particular regard it was by December, so that needs to be reflected in the timing.
Sure.
My apologies. Goodness. Yes. All right. Are there any further questions? None, in which case I move that council notes the updated council forward work program, including a correction, as shown in attachment A. Seconder for that, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 9. Feedback for draft statements of intent, 24-25, shown on page 41. Ms. Bodega, to the chair. And do you have any opening comments? Oh. However, so do we have questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Point number 11 on page 42 in regard to Dunedin Railways Limited. I was just wondering whether we could perhaps add under the KPIs just another point about the track repairs and maintenance, because we have discussed about that, and in terms of whether maybe it just needs to be, you know, health and safety, you know, like common track repair and maintenance, and then the company themselves can determine exactly, but we have had quite discussion with them about that. And I just think we need to actually put that in as a KPI.
I'm very happy to add that in.
Yes. No. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I had put a similar question, was that did we also, because I knew we did also ask for ensuring that asset maintenance was to be assured, so that's in a similar kind of vein about the track maintenance. But my other question was really around the process for ensuring that we have acceptable outcomes by June the 25th, because I believe that the next time that we officially get something back is coming to the meeting of June the 25th. However, that we may want to finesse the KPIs. During the meeting we said that it was a process of negotiations. Is there another, the next steps like feedback approved, which is what we're doing today, will be provided, and then the final statements of intent. So is there another step in there whereby we might get to meet with DCHL, or they contact you and we have it passed on so that we can actually see if we find the suggested KPIs agreeable before we get to that final statutory deadline?
I have requested that the suggested KPIs will come back during May and that I would circulate them to councillors, and if needed we can have a meeting.
Councillor Vandevers.
Page 42, looking at Dunedin Venues Management Limited, the second point, key performance indicators on events to be held at Forsyth Bar Stadium. Is there a way of getting a key performance indicator not on the events but on the number of events? Because the problem with the stadium, as I see it, is just so little is happening there.
I can change that to read number of events.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, same page. City Forest Limited. I'm aware that the City Forest is in possession of a decent number of carbon credits, and I guess my question would be, it's not necessarily obvious in the reports exactly how many $1 million worth of carbon credits are sitting there and what's to be done with them, and I'm wondering how we can capture making that clear, because we're talking about sustainable commercial dividends over time, and maybe just including relationship to carbon credits, so that we can look at that as a potential source of dividend payment. And then my next question is on Dunedin Railways Limited and the fact that we passed a resolution during COVID to put it into hibernation, and we are getting feedback that our instruction was to put it into hibernation. Do we, and I guess this is to you, Mr. Mayor, do we have to pass a resolution to inform DCHL that we want it taken out of hibernation? Because it's not in the statements of intent, but effectively it's coming back to us as you have another instruction sitting over here which we're also operating under, which is the hibernation instruction.
Yeah, we are giving them an instruction to use the subsidy that we're providing to, get into, to make a commercial running operation out of it in the interim. So
could we say begin to take it out of hibernation? Because I'm just really wondering that if we give a statement of intent over here, but we have a council resolution over here, and in feedback, the council resolution has dominated the decision-making process. It seems to have.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a moot point because we have discussed it a bit in council with them here at workshops and such, and so talked about moving it forward. So whether we need to revoke that resolution is a question.
If I might, I'll happy to consider that and take some advice, because you can't revoke a resolution on the fly. But I wonder, and we are looking, I think we've previously reported, we're looking to progress the rail report sooner rather than later. And so it may come back to you more quickly than the December date.
So my questioning, reason around this question is that if it could be up to 12 more months before we actually have a final determination as to what to do with Dunedin Railways, and that will mean another summer season has probably gone through before we've done it. And if DVML as effectively as the management team are running this under this assumption, because the feedback has always been, you told us to put it into hibernation, that we'll have another year of non-active movement forward without some clear direction. And I guess my feeling is that I think we made it pretty clear that what our intention at the time of hibernation was, the borders were closed, and while the borders remain closed, we didn't put that into the resolution, but it was pretty much implicit that while the borders are unclosed, keep it in a state of hibernation, but they are now open, and yet that term came back in the most recent meetings we've had with them. So if we don't have to do a resolution, I'd be happier not to, but I mean, otherwise we'll have to basically do a resolution, correct?
And you can't do that today. Yeah. So how about I discuss with staff and with the board of DRL, and bring something back as a holding report in June, so that you can then and if it requires a revocation, have that discussion in advance of that.
That's good. I think obviously we can't do it on the fly. We do have opportunity to speak to the item when it comes through. So I guess I would suggest to the councillors that if anybody has a reason to think we want to keep it in hibernation, to say so in the speeches. Otherwise, I'll say to pull it out, and then this will be an opportunity to get a gauging without a vote as to what our opinion of that is.
My observation is that they have got the message to get active with it, but having those preliminary discussions will be helpful. Very good. So, are there any further questions of the draft statements of intent? There being none, I'll move the motion. We have a seconder, so I'll put the motion to approve the feedback received on the draft statements of intent, and note the approved feedback will be provided to Dunedin City Holdings.
Can I just change, Mr Mayor, approve feedback including amendments at the meeting or something so that we capture?
There have been a few, yes. Okay, well, we better get that written first. Sorry. So we'll have a slightly modified motion.
Yep, just so that we
So
know
everyone-
there's more than was just in the report should we come back.
So I'll move that council.
Amendment the correct term because we haven't voted on anything. It's discussions,
Changes. Or
observations, or
Alterations.
statements. Because we haven't actually voted on.
yeah, you're right, including feedback.
Yep, feedback.
So the feedback including feedback.
Yes.
All right, approves.
Well, the feedback, so it really covers it, just saying approves the feedback received.
Including that received at the meeting. Just so that we know to come look at the video of the zebra.
Yeah, so that there's both lots. All right. Happy? Okay. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Now, sorry, what you get? Oh, yes. So, indeed, my apologies, yes. So, I put the motion, I think. So, I'll just speak to it in the first instance that I think we have, given a reasonable chance for feedback, and obviously we've got some changes happening here. And it is good that some various points have been picked up. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just speak to the 2 points that I raised in questions. The first one's just the City Forest one. We are looking at our own assets, and obviously we have the Aurora sale sitting in front of us as public consultation, primarily to deal with our debt load. And it's become apparent to me that the City Forest has a fairly substantial amount of carbon credits sitting there, which they could potentially turn into a liquid asset. So I would just like to be considering, rather than statement of intent, that in fact are we actually getting all of the assets that we have out there and converting them over in such a manner that do we then have to even do Aurora if we were able to get some more from City Forest and other such things? And on the Dunedin Railways Limited, I think it's been pretty clear that we don't necessarily have to pass a resolution, just want to make it clear back to DCHL and DVML that unless anybody speaks against it, most of the council is looking for to take that particular resolution over hibernation and treat it as it was meant for at the time, which was for the particular event of COVID itself. That event is now passed, so I would like them to start taking that resolution as the other part was intended, was you would come out of hibernation once the environment had changed.
Very good. Are there any other speakers? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to follow up with the question that we had around asset maintenance, especially given that there was something in the Otago Daily Times last week and at a community board meeting that both Councillor Lucas and I were at around people's confusion about whether the asset maintenance was actually being done. So I think it's really important to have that formally within the statements of intent, and also just to nail down the process of negotiation. And I think we've got a lot better with actually getting our statements of intent together, but also just just to make sure that we've got that process going. And we did have our public workshop the other day, and I think we did make it relatively clear about the definition of the word hibernation, and that we're paying close attention to that, because for us as a city, I think we've got well over 80% of our international visitors back now, and we need to have things for them to do, which mainly includes the train. So we do want to give notice that that actually does need to get going.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley makes a good point around hibernation or not. And just a reminder that when we made that decision, we didn't know what was ahead. So that was entirely appropriate. I think what we're talking about now is it not a transition out of hibernation, and at what point we make our decisions in relation to that, because that's the feedback we've been getting from DCHL, will come to pass. But I think that concept of transitioning out of hibernation is the way we should look at it.
Very good. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just add to that. I also think it was very clear. I thought the motion we made at the time for rail was solely around COVID and the fact that all the borders were closed. That's why we put it into, I want to say remission, but it didn't go into a cancer. No, yes, hibernation. And but now, as everybody else has said, or others have said, there's a lot of tourists here in our city, and I think we need to be making the benefit of that and seizing those benefits. And I don't think right now we are. So hopefully, DCHL will get the message, or DRL. Someone will get the message that we want things to change and to see that train actively working. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a response, I think City Forest did reply through the chair of DCHL about their carbon credit situation, because they manage the carbon credits they have with the vagaries of the market, and they do need to have a buffer to hold a buffer, because if they sell them all, then they may have to repay money. There's issues with the buying and the selling of carbon credits, so they do need to keep a buffer. So I think the question has been asked directly in the past, but it'd be good to have them come back and just provide reassurance again. Thank you. So having said that, I'll put the motion that we have approved the feedback situation, and notes the approved feedback will be provided to DCHL. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 10. Our submission on ORC's draft long-term plan. We have two people to speak on that, Ms Moran and Ms Hilkar. Any opening comments?
Happy to take questions. We received a request for one amendment to paragraph 31 and the addition of a sentence regarding increasing or ensuring bus services meet demands when the bus park and ride bus hub service opens in Mosgiel.
Very good. Questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Can we correct the mistake in paragraph 16, please?
That's it? Councillor, that...
It does make a difference.
So, Councillor Benson-Pope, is that it? Is that your question? You don't know
At the moment?
Yes. Councillor Mayhem.
Just a couple of things. So under Wilding Pines, I see item 38. We request the Wilding Pines in East Otago be included in the draft plan. I thought maybe North Coast Otago. Would that better cover us than East Otago? Just that at the moment it seems very central focused.
Yes, I recall you did mention Coastal Otago as well as East Otago.
Right. And also I wondered, we've got Tyree flood protection and South Dunedin in here, but I wondered if we could make a sweeping statement about climate resilience for many of our low-lying coastal communities within Dunedin City. So that would cover off Karatane, Long Beach, Aramoana, Brighton, Otago, Osborne, everywhere, all of the places. And one more question, the support for uniform annual charges versus the general rate for the bus funding, doesn't that favour people on a high value property, and those people at the lower end end up paying more money proportionately?
Excuse me, Councillor, which paragraph are you referring to?
I don't know. Uniform annual changes to buses. Good question. Where is that? I guess it's saying, yeah, there's 29. Support the introduction of the general. Sorry, the general rate, 0.29. So 80% is funded through uniform targeted rates across the district. So it was, I guess it was more the general rate previously. And I'm just questioning here, is this going to favour people, lower property ownership will be paying a it's a question, will they be paying a disproportionate amount of money? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, I just don't think we can give you a clear answer on that. I mean, the interpretation on reading it as a uniform rate is applied the same across a population, so we could infer that, but I can't. Yeah.
If I might, I think the change is intended to have a general rate for a small proportion, 20% across all of Otago, but the other charge to apply only to those areas where there are public transport services, which is only us in Queenstown. And that's why you would use a uniform charge, a uniform targeted rate.
So I just want to be sure that we're not penalising people on a lower income.
So a uniform targeted rate is applied across all properties evenly.
Okay. This one would only be applied across those properties where there was a public transport available. The 20% would be applied across Otago regardless.
So does that mean if we're increasing buses to Pine Hill and North East Valley, those people are going to pay more money for that bus service?
What it means is the uniform charge for Dunedin will be based on the program of work that the ORC has that they are intending to roll out. Increased services across the city, then that means that rate will proportionally go up for everyone, not just the people in Pine Hill.
Can I suggest we could add a sentence that states, Councillor, that implications concerning those on a lower income, to note those, because this is ORC's work plan, so we could just ask them to.
Yes, that would. Is that? Yes, please. What do the others think about that?
Yeah, I think you've got a minority of people using public transport, but the whole population is paying for it. So it depends whether you consider that, who should be. Anyway, that's fine. I've got a question. You finished with the question? Yes, Deputy Mayor Lucas?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, before you get to the... Can I just clarify, because that is a change, has that been agreed? Because normally there's broad agreement around the changes, just so staff are clear that Councillor Mayhem's suggestion, because you seem to suggest, Mr Mayor, that you had a slightly different view.
Can I just, I've got questions I want to ask on the same point, so can we wait till we get through the questions before we get here?
Before we propose an amendment or something,
So my advice would be, I think probably we need to do questions and then it's likely we'll have to craft a couple of amendments slightly more formally than we normally do to make sure that we have staff have clarity about what the submission needs to say.
Yes, I'm just concerned that the change to the submission might have the opposite, the unintended consequence, the opposite effect. Anyway, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Ms Moran. Your reference to clause 31, because on its own it doesn't necessarily make sense, and we've got a suggested wording change that I've already given to Ms Adamson, and also in reference to the Mosgiel Park and Ride, just in addition on point 17, because I'm concerned that when the Mosgiel Park and Ride is up and running, that demand won't be met. So it's just a reference to that. And could we possibly, on number point 32, add east and west Tyree flood protection, because there is issues with the East Tyree flood protection scheme as well. So we'll just add in the word east in that. Thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Lucas, could I get you to reply around in paragraph 17? You mentioned there was a change there.
So this is in the actual submission. So this is page 54. So where we talk about and more frequent services for some routes, I am suggesting here that I've already sent it, and ensure demand is met when the Mosgiel Park and Ride is operational. And I've sent that already to Lynn. Thank you.
Yeah, just making a note of that. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a slightly different version of the agenda for some reason of Big King Can, because I'm at point 27 instead of point 29 for public transport, but I think it's the same point. My take on this is that there's a change to bring back commuter buses like from Balclutha via the airport, and that 20% regional across the regional thing is to support those inter-regional transport things. I think that is where that's going from. And I assume that's what it is. My question then is actually, it'd be quite nice to know, I don't know what Dunedin pays in that 80% funded section in terms of what Dunedin ratepayers who are paying the ORC rates are paying into that fund. Is there? It's not really to our submissions, but I think it's a particular piece of information for us to know, because that's effectively what the people of Dunedin are paying to do their contribution to the co-subsidising of the system. It's probably on your bill, but I'd like to know how many $1 million it is, to be honest.
I can ask the question now while you continue to have question time of the ORC and see if I can get an answer for you during the meeting.
In terms of the discussion that was going on before, from my understanding of it, what it is that if you were in Queenstown or Dunedin, you got targeted, you got rated for the public transport. There's now an expansion of the public transport system to now start connecting towns to those centres, and therefore that's where the 20% will go. And it's just going in on the general rate. So that was actually a comment more than a question, but I thought it relevant to the fact that we were going to do something at the end. Thank you. Yeah, so that number I think is useful because I'll touch it in speeches.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Just a minor point, but it's an important one. Item 35 on page 56 in the submission around navigational safety rates, I would suggest it would be make more sense to read the DCC supports the ORC's work promoting safe navigation in Otago harbours and waterways. The wording that you've got there does reflect what they have in their document, but it doesn't make a lot of sense just to have navigation on its own. Thank you.
About that. Sorry, Councillor, what do you want to change with that one? Navigational safety, it says.
It's got navigation and safety, and my suggestion is safe navigation, because that reflects what we what was in the report.
It's on 35.
It's number 35, paragraph 35.
My paragraph 35 reads, the DCC supports the introduction of a new navigational...
Sorry. So councillors, I wonder if we could, if everyone used the submission paragraphs, that might be easier, I think, which is attachment A.
So I was using our submission, yeah. Page 56, item 35. Was updated.
Yeah, because we've got... It's the submission, though. Yes, I know, but in the introductory paper is an appropriate line, but navigation and safety. So you're just going to make it navigational safety, are you? Instead of
No.
navigation and safety?
Safe navigation. I mean, I trust the staff will wordsmith
Get
it,
the
but
terminology right.
yeah, but it just
that-
is a little odd the way it's framed, and I know that reflected what they did, but I thought that was really odd as well.
Yeah, in my experience, I've heard the harbour master and people associated with an ORC talk about navigational safety. So,
That's fine. Navigational
yeah.
safety, safe navigation, either or.
Yeah, but that's good. Are there any further questions? Councillor Barker, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. It relates to the loop bus, and we talk about it under DCC response to the investing in public transport proposal. But I note that on page 55 of my papers, paragraph 27, it mentions the loop bus in the public transport, but actually it probably should be investing in public transport. So I move paragraph 27 to 23. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, cool. And my other things were, just had three questions. I'm just concerned about much of central government's funding coming to an end. ORC is proposing that there be a targeted rate. Do we have any detail on what government funding is coming to an end that the $500,000 is suggested as the amount? I'm suspecting predator free, but I'm not 100% sure on that. No.
I'm sorry, we just don't have any extra information on that to hand.
Okay. And did the Otago Regional Council, I see they did some public meetings, do they go around and talk to the other councils? Is there when they're going through this consultation process, did they contact us directly to ask us for some time or some submissions or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of, but as soon as it was released publicly, we made contact with ORC to alert them that we will be submitting, but not anything additional that I'm aware of.
Good. Councillor Vandervis.
On page 95, under debt, looking at the second paragraph where it talks about council organisation, this is the ORC, and capital spending, and it says that the largest capital spend being the accommodation fit out for the Dunedin office Wari Ranaka. Can you enlighten us as to what the accommodation fit out is for, and if this Dunedin office is on the site of the old warehouse?
We're assuming it is, but that's a very specific question to ask DCC staff. It's a question better directed, I think, to ORC staff. But my assumption is that it's the fit out of their new building that is on the old warehouse site.
Right. The graph below that, capital expenditure, seems to relate to the accommodation fit out for the Wari Ranaka, but doesn't seem to relate, or there doesn't seem to be enough there for the actual building itself. Is that because this building is not captured in this capital expenditure graph, but that it's actually being paid for by Chalmers Property and leased back to the ORC, Chalmers Property being the ORC property company?
Councillor, you're asking questions about the document that the ORC staff have put together. That my answer to that is what's been made publicly available suggests that what you're saying is the model that is operating, but I can't comment on where the capital costs of the building are shown. My understanding is Chalmers Property are building it, and there's an arrangement with the ORC for use and occupation.
Right, that would explain why this capital expenditure graph seems to lack some $40 to $60 million, which I believe is being spent on this new Wari Ranaka. It would also though, go to my real question, and that is, I noticed that under debt, that the ORC is planning to increase its debt from 25 million to 105 million over the proposed 10 years. It's a 4 times increase in debt. And what I wanted to know was, is this debt capture their new building, or is their new building basically not that visible in the Chalmers property accounts, as opposed to the capital expenditure graph that we've been given here?
I would imagine, Councillor, it seems like they're very detailed questions of the ORC staff, and what we're working on here is our submission to the ORC. Do you think that as a result of your questions there should be some further submission or additional submission to the ORC?
Yes, I very much do, and I wanted to find out what's actually behind what I consider to be an entirely misleading page of debt and capital expenditure information on page 95. I wanted to find out what is behind that in order to make some suggestions about what we should submit to the ORC. If we don't have a real idea of what their capital expenditure is, and we don't have any confirmation of what their proposed debt is, and I believe that both of them are very questionable, then I think we have a difficulty in making a submission to them, given that we don't really have a good idea of what their proposed spending and debt is to achieve the kind of things that they are hoping to achieve.
Well, I think I agree that we'd have difficulty making a submission on that topic, but we can cover other things.
Look, I think, to be fair to the ORC, in the section of the consultation document that speaks to the financial strategy, they summarise what's in their financial strategy. I must confess I haven't gone and read the entire financial strategy, but I'm sure that has more detail. It does say in their consultation document that they're increasing debt from 25 to 105 million, and it says what it's intending to spend that on, and I think it gives a fair degree of clarity about what their plans are, including capital works program around infrastructure, the building, vehicle fleet, a range of things. So there's a decent amount of detail, I would have thought, but the financial strategy will have more information.
The detail that I was missing was the cost of their new offices, which appears not to be here in either debt or capital expenditure figures.
And best I can tell you, Councillor, without is that they're not funding the building Chalmers property are.
Which they own. Yeah, thank you.
Are there any further questions? Now, let's see it as a result of questions. Do we have some changes to our submission? Yes, and have you captured those? Some. Yes, we have yes, it's 20 past 11 anyway. We'll have a break for 10 minutes and get those compiled. Is that all right?
Yes, I've got a list and I will work
so we'll
to
get those
compile
so
those, and then you can view those and then double check that we have correctly
Yes, so we can
captured
read them clearly on the screen. Councillor Fisa, sorry? Yes, second. Okay, so we'll have a break for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 11:30. All those in favour say aye.
Yeah, but
Against? Carried. We'll come back to order, or semblance thereof. And if we're ready, 11:37. Can we begin? Right, I'll just have to wait for spectators to come to line. Very good. So we'll resume the meeting. And you will all, on your devices, everyone should have received an email with the amended motion. And as well as that, it is on the screen behind me, in front of you. And additional to that, I believe Ms. Huakau will read out the amended portions of the motion. So we await the reading.
Thank you, Mayor. I just just to take Councillor Benson Pope's point, we have checked and made sure that all our dollar figures in the submission are correct. If we go to point 17, I believe this comment was an addition from Councillor Lucas. So we have the additional wording there, and ensure demand is met when the Mosgiel Park and Ride is operational. Moving on, we have a suggested change there in paragraph 23. The DCC welcomes information about the ORC's ongoing plans for the loop bus. Councillor Barker, did you want the whole paragraph removed or just the last sentence? Yep. Yes, so it's in paragraph 23 now and has been removed from paragraph 27.
It's just been emailed, but it's also on the screen. No, not. Should be a fresh email to you, but it doesn't matter.
On your iPad, have you opened it in Word? Trust you. Okay.
Yeah.
But don't worry, it's on the screen here.
So I'm not seeing the track changes. You just need to open it in Word.
Yeah. So in order to see the track changes, you do need to open it in the Word app, and it will show the track changes, and it should look like what you're seeing on the screen above. Yeah.
Yep. It's working fine on my computer.
Thank you. So just
All
to
right.
to go on, Councillor Barker, we have moved that sentence from 27 to 23. Then moving further on, time is precious. Paragraph 28, we have included those changes there. The DCC supports flood protection for Taieri and South Dunedin, that should be a capital S, and supports climate resilience for low-lying communities, and that was your point there, Councillor Mayhem. And we can put all low-lying communities.
Yep,
South
that's right. That will appear in just a second.
All.
And scrolling down.
There you go. So we've just done that on the screen. We'll make sure that everyone has the updated version when we go through it. Carrying through, we have the changes to the wording in paragraph 31 from Councillor Lucas. That won't be in italics. It's the DCC notes that the ORC has applied the Leith rating to the whole Dunedin district. Would like clarification about the area of the city where the airport is located. The DCC views the airport as a strategic asset and supports a portion of the rating to be allocated for flood protection in this area. That was the addition. Carrying on. We have paragraph 32. We have included East Taieri along with West Taieri and Silverstring. Paragraph 35. Thank you, Councillor Gary. We have included the word safe navigation there. Paragraph 39. I don't know why the numbers are missing, but it goes to the DCC request that the Wilding Pines and Eastern Coastal Otago be included in the draft plan. So it's the addition of in coastal. We'll fix up the numbering as we go through. And then finally in paragraph, we've got, it will be 50 in your original one, it says 49 here. The DCC notes the ORC's proposal to increase spending rather than support, with your commentary there from Councillor Vandervis.
Excellent. And
we'll sort it out.
Question with Councillor Gary not being here, I'm just curious as to whether that was her intention to have safe navigation and safety, or whether it was safe navigation.
Oh, and with the removal of and safety? Okay.
But is it What I would suggest is, if I could suggest, part of the resolution will allow me to make minor editorial changes, and I'm happy to confer with Councillor Gary, and that's minor editorial.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we know the theme of what you want, so the core thing. All right, so we have a submission which we are all agreed, it appears. So, Councillor Wiley, you're waving to second, are you, or you to speak?
It's a question to staff.
Oh yes, questions. Any further questions? Yes.
Sorry, I'm just either I've missed it somewhere on the line. The leaf protection plan, which was previously a targeted rate for residents over a large section, is that now being changed by the ORC?
It must be targeted because it's only for Dunedin.
It only was for a portion of Dunedin within a section of the leaf. For example, we have a student property that has it, but yet our residents does it, and nor does another one of our properties not have it. And I'm trying to get an understanding, is this changing?
If I can attempt to answer that, my understanding it is changing, and that all of the wider Dunedin city will be charged a portion of the lease flood protection rate, and that's why I wanted point 31 amended, because what about if the airport is a strategic asset, and currently only those in the West Torrey flood protection area are paying the rate, but the changes are that the lease rate will be paid by all of Dunedin because of the strategic assets that are in the area.
That is our understanding as well, Councillor, and if Councillor Wiley, to maybe help you in the submission itself, that's paragraph 30, where we do note that that is how we're interpreting the information that is being made available to us. That understanding is correct.
So that means both the Leith and the airport will be included in the wider Dunedin rate?
The airport is our suggestion, that they also consider that as a strategic asset. We've made that point in the submission. As it stands in the current draft plan, I'd say that's not clear. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yes, further questions? Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lucas, for that clarification. And then I do note, in looking at paragraph 30, it does talk about, this was something that I sort of was going to highlight, was that half of the property of the targeted zone is non-rateable, which has always been the case and a frustration of the wider property owners in that area. So I guess there's nothing more, I appreciate the information that's been provided by Councillor Lucas and the added information you provided, but is there not a way that we can, I think there's a frustration that living in Anderson's Bay, that residents would be paying for that work.
Right, but there's not a question.
Is there a way to capture that?
Perhaps through the CE, the one way would be that we would note concern with those changes. That could be wording. But that's up for councillors to decide if you want to note a concern or not.
Golly, it's a tricky one when they're widening it out to the whole thing. I think we certainly should have the airport included in the whole city. I don't know about Leith. So we'll just,
I'm sorry to expand on it, because the targeted rate at the moment is actually quite a high targeted rate. And the clarification or understanding I'd like is, are they going to send that same targeted rate and that same level across every residence in Dunedin? So potentially it could be based on the way it's worded. Or is this going to be a percentage rate? The confusion there to me is too great.
And Deputy Mayor Lucas, right. So we're just having a look for the answer. In the meantime, we'll have a question from Councillor Hulan. A question.
Yes, that was what I was wanting to know. If you believed it was going to be exactly what Councillor Wiley said, the same rate that you get at the moment for the leaf, because if that's the case, it's high. It is a really high rate. And because we pay it and it's huge, and it makes a massive difference to those rates. But if it's not the same, if it's that rate kept at the same level and divvied up between the whole city, then that will mean the ones who've been paying it before will pay a lot less. So it'll be an advantage if you live near the leaf, you'll pay a lot less, but the others will pay more. But if it is, it's a huge difference if it's that rate.
Yeah. Was there a question there or not? No. Right. Okay. So, Chief. Councillor, yeah, we got that, Councillor.
If I could, and it's on the ORC website, and you all know a rating method is complicated, and you've got multiple units that come in. You know you've got an amount of money that you need to collect to fund your services, and what they've said on their website, as well as looking at each proposal, people should consider the overall collective impact, and so I think that's the important thing to look at.
And if I may direct councillors to page 80 of our papers, which is the ORC document, and right at the top there it says the average rates impact on the various benefit. So the leaf PUD, so there's 1,316 rateable units, and the average rate impact will be minus $144.22. And the indirect existing, there's 40,746, which is basically the rest of wider Dunedin. And that's existing is minus $8.26, and then the rest, indirect new, they'll have $16.02 be added on, and the biggest impact will be to the stadium of 36,000 because they're removing that differential.
So we've got wording to support that change. They're planning that change already, and we're supporting that change. Okay, and then we're also asking to look at the airport. So we should be clear on that. Okay, are there any further questions on that or anything else? No. Okay, so we have our submission. We're done. In which case I have a seconder for the motion, which is Deputy Mayor Lucas. And I'll say just a couple of words. I think this has been a good collaborative process where everyone's had a chance to feed into that. We've altered our submission accordingly, and personally I don't think it's taken too long. I think it's been quite a brief and relatively painless process to go through to get that done. So I think it is good, and it's good that we can put something forward that all of us can support. Who would like to speak to it? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I read the document of us for this morning, the full document, and was very interested in that because I've listened to all of the questions that councillors have, and we and tried to read through and make sense of some of this. And I think Deputy Mayor Lucas spotted the extra, what was it, $46,000 or whatever it was for the stadium, which is a bit of a jaw drop moment because who ends up paying that? We do. I've been thinking about how we work with the ORC because this consultation came out, and we don't really have any formal or informal meetings of both councils, and we didn't really have an opportunity. We're trying to ask our staff questions that they really don't have much ability to answer because they don't know the detail in this. So I wonder if in future times that we are able to get together with the other council and talk to them about matters of importance, because we have so many things that are the same basically. And for our council, we need to ask them on behalf of our ratepayers, because we are 56%, according to their documents, of Otago's population. And Dunedin citizens pay about at least $24 million in rates, with the DCC itself, I found this out earlier today, thank you Chief Executive, nearly $600,000 ourselves in rates. So we need to be paying a lot of attention as to where that money is going. I'm really concerned about the central government funding ending. Now we are all going to be faced with this. So the ORC were suggesting a new fund of $500,000 for grants for big projects, and I didn't see much clarity around that, and I'm very concerned about us as ratepayers picking up the bill for when central government funding ends, which obviously costs us more, and there wasn't much clarity around that either. I'm pleased that the money that's raised in the area, so we'll get a targeted rate for that, will be staying in the area for those things. But it wasn't really clear about where it was going or what it was about. It would also be interesting for us to look at a joint grants review, because we do grants, some in the environmental kind of area, and ORC are doing grants as well. So it would be quite good for us to think about when we're doing our grants review with them. It's also concerned that there was $5 million more being spent on governance and community engagement, whereas there was only this tiny little it says existing work, no change, new or revised work, which is provision for a few more meetings, some governance advice, and no more key projects. So it was very, very hard to find any clarity whatsoever about where that $5 million is going. And I also note on, I haven't got the page number, they're breaching their rates affordability as well. When we look at the lovely chart, I haven't got the page number unfortunately, on their full document you can see there's the orange where they're breaching their rates affordability with this year around, what was it, 18.6%, 11.2%, 9.4% with those large rates rises as well. So I do think we do need to be keeping an eye on that, and as I sort of said at the start, that somehow we need to have an opportunity that we can actually talk to ORC when things like this come out and have a better talk and better relationships right through the year as well. So we're not surprised and we're not asking our poor staff all these questions that they can't answer either. Good bedtime reading.
Very good, thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Vandevers.
The change to 49, the DCC notes the ORC's proposal to increase spending, estimated at $315 million over the 30 years. I believe that rather than notes, it should be questions the ORC proposal. I believe our submission should highlight the enormous increases in ORC debt and capital spending, which Dunedin residents are going to have to bear, and the lack of value to Dunedin residents for much of the spending. I'm also very concerned that the document in front of us, highlighting debt and capital expenditure, does not seem to include the new ORC headquarters, because that is apparently being funded and paid for by the ORC property division, Chalmers Property, and then leased back to the ORC, and this way they're able to keep it out of these figures that they've presented to us. It's a wee bit like us getting, I don't know, Delta to build us a brand new $50 million office and just we'll rent it off them, but because that 50 million would fall to Delta, doesn't appear on our books, makes us look good. It's not I don't think that this proposal that we have in front of us focuses on the right things. I think most of what we have discussed is peripheral and fringe issues. The fundamental issue of what value we get from the ORC and why they are so dramatically increasing their capital expenditure and their debt, I think is what we really should be submitting on. If you look at a opinion piece, this one here from Hilary Calvert, and Hilary Calvert is not only an ex-lawyer and MP, but she has been on the Regional Council for at least 6 years, as I understand it. She asked the question and has some very cogent rationale behind it. Do we really need a Regional Council? If you look at what the Regional Council supplies to us, if you look at the reason they were set up in the first place, and then you look at our submission to them now, our submission seems to just simply accept that the Regional Council is going to keep growing at an unaffordable rate. that it's going to keep getting into all kinds of areas like climate change and biodiversity, which were not originally part of their catchment and pest control functions. And that as this organisation grows exponentially in debt and capital expenditure, I think we have a serious problem, and we need to ask the question, do we really need a regional council? Given that a unitary council was proposed a number of years ago, and a fast-track legislation from central government actually facilitated getting a unitary council, and we simply turned away from it, I think this is simply deferring a decision which, the more they spend and the bigger they get, the harder it's going to be to actually achieve the unitary council we need. So getting back to this particular submission that we make here, I think the submission should read: the DCC questions the ORC's proposal to increase spending, and in fact questions whether or not there is any real value in having a separate regional council.
Right. Further speakers, Councillor O'Malley.
I guess, we're not voting on each of these amendments, and I think we're happy enough to let them go through as it is, but I would actually have kept that at support, to be honest. When you have a relatively small capital-based spend, then any increases that give you huge proportional spend increases. So when we talk about percentage of increases, you've got to take into account what is your baseline before you start. And I wish we had their capital spend. To be honest, they're tiny compared to ours. So, the fact that it's going up 200% is just because it's coming off a baseline that's been grossly underfunded for years. I do agree with Councillor Vandervis on what the Local Government Act and other reforms have given us over the years, that maybe we need to be looking at the role of a regional council, and when is an activity sitting in the regional council and when should it sit in the territorial authority. In this case, I'm going to get onto the buses, road controlling authority, and I do believe that was an aberration of restructuring, that public transport got taken out of the road controlling authority councils and got put into the regional council. The question I ask about, and I just want to raise this just to bring it out into what does public transport cost us. It's in there, it's actually in their document now, I've read further into it. But basically, a Dunedin ratepayer is paying around about $164 a year for public transport. And under the other proposal, if they go to the increase, it'll be $182 a year. My question really is, how much would you pay, and we've never got this answer, how much would you pay to actually make these buses free? Because we're paying so much already at this point to get them to this standard. That what is the gap to take them to the next standard up? But I've never been able to get that answer out. I do think that there is a conflict on situations like this, and I thank Councillor Lucas for pointing out, adding that component in there about the park and ride, because my experience at the time of when we did the park and ride is we didn't even have an agreement when we started that there would even be a bus service to meet it, and that's a level of communication that has got better. But and I think, and I do say the ORC is trying its best to get better, but when you have organisations, two sets of staffs, two sets of all these other things putting together, you end up putting a level of complication in there that sometimes means we just don't get necessarily the outcome we want. To the point of whether you do your capital spends yourself or whether you hire a building back that obviously from a company that you own, I would point out that their LTP will also have to be audited. And the Auditor General will be looking for whether or not the operational costs meet it later on the deferral of capital costs. And if they're not showing up as massive operational changes, that's because capital has a lower impact on your day-to-day day-to-day costs than you think. And consequently, just by moving that into that pool, they'll still be paying Chalmers Property, you assume, because otherwise Chalmers Property, their subsidiary, is running at a loss. They'll be paying for the upgrades and the interest on that capital, and it's not showing as massive ballooning out there on the other end and operational. So I really do think we need to be cautious when we keep saying the sky is falling based on our debt. We need to look at the servicing of the debt and the cost of servicing it as the determining factor of whether or not the sky is getting any closer. Thank you.
Right. Are there any further speakers? Right. Well, thank you for that. I think it's a shame that we didn't actually debate the amendment to the paragraph that Councillor Vandevs was talking about earlier, because that obviously has changed, but so be it. We have the motion before us, and we've had quite an interesting discourse on that, and there is a general move, there's a general interest in debating the merits of a unified council, a unitary council, but there are only a few of them in New Zealand at this point. So, and they don't, there doesn't seem to me to be, looking at the rates bills and so forth, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of savings, so that'll be something for another day. So in the meantime, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11. Approval to grant an electricity easement to Aurora over part of Belford Street Recreational Reserve.
Happy to move.
Yeah, well, firstly, we'll have some questions in case anybody has any questions. Are there any questions? There appears none. Thank you. So, we have a mover and a seconder. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor?
Other than to say they've chosen an inside corner site, less likely to be impacted by a car going off the road. It takes a tiny little corner off the reserve that's there. It seems to me to be a very well considered and tiny little intrusion into that relatively unused play space.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Something to say? In which case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 12. Another electricity easement for the part of the Dunedin town belt. Are there any questions?
That's a move.
Councillor Vandevs has indicated he'd like to move, and seconded by Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
No, same again, really.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? No, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 13. Hearing Subcommittee recommendation on the Gambling and TAB Venue Policy Review. Councillor Ackland will speak to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not speaking to the recommendation. All I'm speaking to is the report. The subcommittee met on a couple of occasions just to make sure that we were getting the right information to be able to consider what it was that submitters were saying. There were 17 submissions, as you can see in the report. 4 of them were supporting the status quo, which is a sinking lid policy that this council's had for quite a number of years, and having a no relocation part to that. 8, however, supported not limiting the number of venues or gaming machine limits, where nor limit, I should say, where new gaming venues may be established. And then the last 5 had suggestions around capping the number of machines and broadening the relocation policy. We discussed a lot of parts to this which in the main weren't really part of the brief, and I think perhaps that was our biggest battle here, is that the what we were charged to do here was very, very limited. But there were certainly a lot of comments from submitters in relation to the potential pressure on funding of community organisations. It does seem, however, that even though the number of venues and machines have reduced over time, that it's not necessarily because of the sinking lid policy, but the one thing that seems to be quite clear is that the amount of money still going through the number of machines that are there now is pretty much consistent. When I say consistent, I mean consistent over other years. It does vary at times. So it's a tricky one. That I suppose the key thing that stood out to us was that the policy we have now is not supported by the majority, at least the majority of submitters, shall I say, and what they would like to see is some sort of variation whereby perhaps new machines could be introduced in new venues, whereby there is still consideration of areas that are perhaps in a position where you wouldn't want to have these sorts of machines, so the deprived areas per se. But again, this is not part of our brief, as were the comments that as these numbers of machines and venues becomes less and less, it drives people to potentially online gambling. There's no definitive numbers available to us on that, and so very difficult to measure. The only thing that the subcommittee had an option to do was to retain the current policy with one word change, which was to align with the wording in the legislation, the Gambling Act 2003, and that is to change gambling machine to gaming machine. And that's really as far as we got.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Vandervis.
No, sorry, I was going to speak to it.
All right, no, we'll take any questions first. No questions. So,
Sorry, question.
question, right.
Just was when we look at a full review of the if we were to look at a full review of the policy, is it required legislatively or not? Or are we just required to review it every X number of years? You can answer that. Because it looks like it's kind of done every 3 years.
Yeah, my understanding is that it needs to be reviewed every, is it 3 years? Councillor Vincent Pope may know this better. I think you've been on this.
This year it was the due review.
The due review, yeah, yeah. But the consideration for the subcommittee was such that it wasn't really being able, it wasn't in a position to make recommendations to council outside of what was being submitted, consulted on in the
reviewed. And when would this, if council were to decide that this did need to be fully reviewed, would that fit into all of the other reviews, or how would it be prioritised?
So the team are currently doing a piece of work to look at the various policies, see which of them require governance review and which of them are operational. That work's just being collated. Some policies, for example, go to the Audit and Risk Committee on a cycle there, and there's a, you can see, you'll be familiar with how they look. So that work is just happening now, and this would then slot into it, but this is clearly something that requires public consultation and governance oversight.
Right. There are no further questions. Councillor Wiley.
Just for the sake of some that may be watching this online, Councillor Ackland, was there a discussion around after Mitchell's Tavern burning down and the ability under the sinking lid policy, my understanding is those machines would not be able to be moved to another location. They would be lost to the community versus an ability to transfer to, say, for example, Wingatui Racecourse or another location.
I'm happy for other subcommittee members to chime in on this, but my understanding was that there was a certain period of time available for those machines to be relocated elsewhere if the licence from the tavern that burnt down was being transferred somewhere else. And so if the, put it this way, if the tavern is not to be rebuilt or relocated, yes, you're right, that those machines are gone.
So essentially the answer is it's undetermined as of yet. Yeah, but the possibility exists. Very good. Any further questions? No. So I believe that Councillor Ackland wants to move A and B. And Part C, I will move Part C that we conduct a full review of the policy because it's not appropriate for the chair of the subcommittee to recommend the full review. It should come from the whole of council. So this has been discussed prior. So I'll move Part C and Councillor Ackland will move Parts A and B. So do we have a seconder for Parts A and B? Councillor Vandervis. And do we have a seconder for Part C? Councillor Wiley. All right. So, yes, we'll definitely take them in parts. Well, I think we can take Parts A and B together. So firstly, would you like to speak to it, Councillor Ackland?
I pretty much already have. As I said before, we didn't really have much to be able to consider through this particular process. And what we came to is what's in front of us.
Okay. So A and B, would anyone like to speak to that? Anyone else? Councillor Vandervis?
I think the recommendations A and B are entirely appropriate, despite the weight of submissions being against. When we talk about the weight of submissions, we're talking about 17 submissions total, most of them being narrow interest and funding driven. In terms of the greater good for Dunedin society, which I don't think the majority of submissions represent, we have had, I think, a successful sinking lid policy over the area that we can control, and obviously online gambling isn't one of those. And I think that we need to continue with that. And further, I don't think, given the information that we have, that there is any need for the cost and expense of a full review that in any event is likely to lead to a similar status quo decision on what we do with problem gambling. So happy to vote for A and B, but not C.
Very good. Councillor Wiley?
I'd like to thank the hearings panel subcommittee for the work they did on this, and I think also adapting to the changes of the community. I think I've been one that has been quite vocal about the changes of how gambling takes place in our community. And I think anybody who reads newspaper articles around problem gambling will note that most people that are struggling in that area are actually losing their money online versus actually at facilities where they can put their $20 notes into machines. And I think that is probably the key that I looked at in the review, is that this committee, subcommittee noted that and actually have raised that factor. The other issue that you would note is, if you're watching television on a regular basis, how many ads we now see for online gambling environments, and mostly based offshore. And that is an unfortunate aspect where money disappears. And the other thing is, we also need to note that lotto is a form of online gambling, or physical gambling if you go to the outlet. But I think there is a number of factors, which I think the subcommittee dealt well with, and I do think that it is timely for a review.
All right. Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, yes, talking to point C, I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Vandervis. I think when you look at the people who submitted, it was really fairly, those who submitted against were pretty narrow and definitely had a vested interest, although I am surprised to see Southern Football South referred to as Southern Football in here, Mr McGowan deciding that they needed to have an opinion on this, and I think that C would, that's giving in to basically a group just wanting to effectively get an outcome that I'm sure if we went and did the review, we would find that many more people would have turned up if there's a thinking of changing the policy, because often it's not. When the policy has just got a narrow remit, no one's turning up because you're changing a word. And the same people will always turn up in every one of these consultation environments. Those who are wanting a transformational change will always throw the dice in there to see if they can roll a cat's eye. Snake eyes.
In the nature of gambling. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to back up Councillor Vandervis and the last speaker. I'll support A and B, definitely not C. I think the single lid policy is one of the many policies this council should be rightly proud of, particularly in terms of protecting those vulnerable people who are victims of what is an awful disease. And again, as both speakers said, 17 submissions, many of which were those with a vested interest. Does not a summer make, but again, I think as the last speaker pointed out, if we did unfortunately go and approve Part C, I think you'll get an overwhelming number of submissions that would come to any committee structure and support the retention of the sinking lid policy. Thank you.
Councillor Helene.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I 100% support what Councillor Vandervis said before. I'll support A and B, but I won't be supporting C. And I think a sinking lid policy is definitely something I support. And the reason I support it is that gambling is an addiction, and it's a problem that often faces a lot of low-income families that don't have the money to spend the money. Sorry about the repeat of money. The money that they've got is probably very, very a small amount anyway, and it's the families and the children that often suffer. So, anything to stop that, I think, is a good thing. I've had for a very long time quite a concern about groups getting fundraising money from gambling. I think it's wrong. We shouldn't. We should have a far better system for money. For our community groups to get money rather than having to put their hand out and go to gambling establishments to get it. It's wrong and it should change.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. As a member of the subcommittee, I think it's fair to say that everyone that we heard from during the hearings process agrees that a discussion about gambling and how we approach it as a city is needed. However, the scope, as we've heard, that these hearings was working within was severely limited and curtailed the discussions that could be had on an issue as significant as gambling, and lacked the ability to acknowledge the broad-ranging impacts that are inseparable from it. Much as it would be easy to focus on just one element, that would be, in my opinion, lazy, weak, and conveniently overlooking the complexity and interwoven nature of gambling. It seems to me that it would also be an approach that denies the realities of today, instead remembering another age. The purpose of the Gambling Act has 8 facets that are blind to whether a gambler is at the pokies or poker, in a pub or club, or if the person gambling is dressed for work or a night on the town. In my opinion, another thing that the Act seems blind to is the passage of time. The Gambling Act was written in 2003 and the Gambling Amendment Act in 2013. Despite having the phrase gambling harm reduction parentheses in its title, it seems to have forget that time and technology have changed dramatically. A gambler is increasingly likely not to be dressed for work, dressed for town, but rather tucked up at home in their dressing gown. Despite being invented in the 70s, the internet opened to the public in 91 and began to enter general use in 93, when websites for everyday use were introduced. The first online casino, the Gambling Club, was launched in 1994, and the first site accepting real money bets in 96. By 99, nearly 700 online gambling sites existed. Now that may not sound like many, but remember Facebook didn't exist until 2004 and YouTube wasn't launched until 2005. But the largest gambling company in the world, Bet365, was launched in 2000. And depending on which estimate you look at, there are between 4,000 and 7,000 gambling sites online today, an industry estimated to be a staggering $100 billion per year this year, and rising to nearly $140 billion by the end of the decade. But as far as both the Gambling Acts are concerned, it seems that out of sight is out of mind. In fact, the words online and internet don't exist in either act, with the word website appearing 50 times, but only when referencing where legislation must be available. Instead, remote interactive gambling is prohibited, which is defined as gambling by a person at a distance by interaction through a communication device, unless that operator is located outside New Zealand, or conveniently as an agency for the New Zealand Government, specifically TAB New Zealand or the Lotteries Commission. So too, the scope of the hearings was restrictive. We're focusing on a single element of gambling and disallowing any consideration of the tangled nature of the topic. As mentioned in point number 32 on page 136, Prohibition has been tried many times through the years and around the world. The only success they ever seem to have is to drive activities into the shadows, immune from the purposes of the Act, out of sight and out of oversight. Not to get too alliterative, but if all gambling ends up overseas, how can we oversee it? Despite being raised by submissions, this was not something that was in our scope to discuss, to consider the wider implications of any decision made regarding gambling. My point is that for the last 2 decades, successive governments appear to have had their collective heads in the sand around the topic of gambling, and, as they seem either unwilling or incapable of having it, we need to have a full, mature, real-world discussion about all aspects of gambling, how they impact a city, and how we want to govern this issue in its entirety. The belief that focusing on 1 or 2 aspects within the purposes of the Gambling Act will be a magic bullet is, I would suggest, akin to plunging our heads into the sand and ignoring the world in which we live.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That previous speech has made me more thoughtful. However, I will support A and B, but I won't support C currently. I think we already have a legal process for review. I'm concerned about the cost of reviewing, which we don't have no clarity around, and also around the prioritisation of the policies in their reviewing. And that's was good to hear from the Chief Executive that we're expecting a program of the policy reviews to come, because we may have other policies that are of a higher priority that need reviewing first. And even though gambling is a significant problem within our community, in significance, our significance and engagement policy advises that this is of low significance, and I guess I'm looking strategically at all of our policies and which ones actually need to be reviewed first. So I'd like to, as usual, see a full list of all of our reviews, and I'd like to understand more about the scope of the reviews as well, because I wonder, and I don't understand exactly what the scope of this review was about, and I think that would be useful to have as part of the review as well, is how is the scoping done to allow the subcommittee to actually have a wider review of these.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to recall my thanks to the members of the subcommittee for the mahi and the consideration, and also to Mr. Meckin and Ms. Lapham for providing staff assistance. I, like Councillor Vandervis and Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Walker and other councillors, are not going to support Part C. And also, I'm not going to support B, because I don't believe that online gambling is at the pointy end of the problem. I'm aware of a local organisation which lost substantial funds from problem gambling by the chief executive, and that was not via online gambling. I'm also aware of a national case where a Pacifica staff member stole upwards of $250,000. Again, not online gambling. So I really object to the change of the word. Councillor Ackland says it's simple, but it actually isn't. From gambling to gaming, I think, is an attempt to hide the nature of problem gambling, and it's not a game. It's a game for those of us who can afford it, but we need to, I think, keep gambling right in the front, because it is a problem. And I think that the online gambling argument is just a red herring, because we need to really think about the most vulnerable communities and organisations that have been affected by problem gambling, and it isn't online. Kia ora.
Good. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the recommendations are appropriate in terms of what the question was, just the point that was just raised by Councillor Fiso is the reason for the change was to align with the wording of the legislation, right or wrong. But it's my view that, and that's a view based on the development of the policy originally, I must say, is that the current rules are fit for purpose. There is enough flexibility to make sure relocations can happen under carefully controlled conditions. And I recall last time, I think the only time we've had such an application, council rejected it. The general operation of this activity in the city does create a lot of difficulties in terms of the funding needs of voluntary organisations. So we shouldn't be surprised that a number of people from that sector came wanting to expand the operation so they could get more money, arguably. I want to put on record my disappointment that Te Whatu Ora, who submitted in favour of the proposal, recommended, while they did so, they didn't come in person, which I think was unfortunate, because I certainly would have liked to ask them a number of questions and didn't have that opportunity. As for a further review, well, I think this was the review, actually, and the arguments and the conundrum of what to do, if anything, about online gambling is not a matter for this organisation, it's a matter for government, should government wish to do something about it. So I don't think that's relevant, despite the erudition of the thesis we heard earlier, and I think that we have a good policy that is completely fit for purpose, and we shouldn't be surprised if people who want to liberalise gambling or gaming come along to tell us that they don't like our policy, because that's in fact what happened. I won't therefore be supporting C.
So I'll make a couple of comments before putting the motion. That is, in particular, I appreciate the work of the review panel, and I will support C. And the reason for that is that people like gambling. I personally do not, but there are people that enjoy gambling, and to be able to do that in a safe environment in the community where most of the money that is put in the machine is returned to the players, and then a small percentage is returned to the community by way of grants, is an appropriate way of management. Because if we drive people to online gambling, it will all be conducted behind closed doors and unseen, and there'll be no ability to get a handle on the problem, and the money will disappear regardless. And of course the growth of the online gambling industry is huge, and the return to the community, both to the gambler, is much lower, and there's no return whatsoever to the community. So one of the things about having pokies in public facilities is that other people and members of the community can see them and can spot them, and quite possibly that is how problem gamblers have been spotted, and theft as a servant or as a member of an association gets to be seen by the community and then identified. Otherwise there is very little that can be done about it. Now, it's all very well to say, we're going to stamp this out, but prohibition does not work. Just as it did not work in the days of alcohol prohibition, and it does not work in the days of drug prohibition. And similarly, it would not work in if we were to have gambling prohibition. So having relatively safe venues where problem gamblers can be identified and get some help for their addiction, makes a difference to the community in terms of catching it and saving it. So I think a full review is a good idea, but it doesn't need to happen, next week or next month. It can happen at the next time a review takes place of our policy. So there's which would be happening anyway. So we can have a full review at that time, because clearly we didn't have a full review at this time. Anyway, so be it. We'll need to take this, to be taking this motion in 3 different parts. So, right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sort of quite gobsmacked with some of the comments. You know, the waste of money in terms of a review, that's what we've just done. The amount of money that, whatever it cost for this review, that the subcommittee basically sat 3 times to consider a word change. And when we talk about word changes, to change from gambling to gaming is not appropriate. If that's the case, then Lotto should be go and buy your Lotto gambling ticket, because twice a week more money goes through Lotto than it does through Class 4 venues. So let's put things into balance here. When we talk about addiction, there's so many things you can get addicted to. Obviously drinking, eating mutton pies, chocolate, whatever it might be. But nobody says anything about those things. Well, they do alcohol, but not those other things. And a lot of people have addictions to those. The scope of this particular review, in my view, was absolutely ridiculous. And that is why a full review really should be done. When you consider the questions that we asked through this last one, do you agree with the policy? 4 said yes. And by all means, there was very little interest, because maybe a lot of people realised that this was a hiding to nothing. Nothing was really going to change. But do you overall not agree with the policy? Then 13 said no. The questions that were asked just about suggested to me that we did actually have a bit more in terms of ability to recommend to council a different way forward, or a possible way to manage things better going forward. And I must acknowledge Councillor Gilbert with his information, his facts, his research that he's done, and the way that he delivered. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. So well done to you. And I know that you're not taking sides either way. It's a different time now, and we need to consider, as I say, the first question was, do you support the status quo, which is the sinking lid policy? Most people said no. Do you support the not limiting the number of venues and gaming machines, and where venues or all machines could be relocated to? Majority said yes, they do support that. And so that in itself suggested to me that we were considering more than just one word change. And that word change, again, as Councillor Benson Pope said, was to align with legislation. So I think when it comes to any sort of review in this particular area, it needs to be a full review, and it needs to consider other things as well. One of the big parts of our discussion was harm minimisation had to be at the forefront. And harm minimisation, I think, is very strong in Class 4 venues, because you have staff, they know their responsibilities, they keep an eye on people. There's limits as to how much money people can go throwing into machines, and especially taking money out on site. And so that is a controlled environment, far more controlled than buying a lotto ticket. And that's where there are so many people in this country that think buying a lotto ticket is not gambling. Well, it is. And a good portion of that money goes back to the community, same as what's happening with the Class 4 venues. So I really do urge a full review in due course, as the Mayor's alluded to, of how we broach this particular topic in the city. Thank you.
All right, so we'll take it by division and we'll take it by parts. Okay, so Part A, note the hearing subcommittee heard and considered submissions. Note that they heard and considered submissions on the gambling and TAB venue policy.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Aye. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis. Aye. Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Councillor, Mr Mayor.
Aye.
Carried 14-0. Part B, that the council approves the amended gambling and TAB venue policy as shown in attachment A. This included the change to align the policy with the wording used in the Act. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 12-2. And Part C, that the council conducts a full review of the policy, noting the matters raised by the submitters. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
No.
Councillor Benson Pope. No. Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Motion lost 5-9.
Right, thank you. Item 14, appointment to external organisation.
Happy to move.
So Ms Sullivan is here, perhaps just to take questions, or unless you have something to say regarding.
Do answer questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, we have no questions, so we have a mover and a seconder. Got those then? Is it? Got the seconder? So, moved by Councillor Vandervis. Who seconded? Sorry. Councillor Houlihan. Very good. So, would anyone like to speak to it? I don't feel any need. Okay, and say, in which case I'll put the motion. The council appoints Councillor Cherry Lucas to the Tyree Airport Trust and records its thanks to Mr John Bazette for his service. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Yes. Item 15, proposed road closures. Mr McLean is coming to the chair in case there are any questions. And in case there are, in case there are no questions, we have a mover, Councillor Benson Pope, and a seconder, Councillor Houlihan. Are there any questions? There are none. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Benson Pope? Councillor, would you like to speak to it? No. In which case, I'll put the motion that council resolves to close the roads as listed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Notice of motion.
When do you want to go for that?
Well, 1 o'clock. Yes, we'll get through the public part.
You won't get through the public part, Mr. Mayor. I wouldn't have thought, but...
Oh, look, they've got these two notice of motions. There's probably a wee bit to be said on the pair of them. And it's 1:45 already. There are no staff required for the notice of motion. I don't know about this. So, it's just how long, I think, because it could take half an hour each. So, and that would just take it on a fair old way. So, I'll move that we adjourn for lunch for till 12:30. Sorry, 1:30. 1:30. It'd be good to be able to adjourn till 12:30. But seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So yeah, 1:30. So it'll give you 3/4 of an hour. Please, Councillor Mayhem.
I'm Chief Mayhem.
Come back.
That's all right, here's me, I'll sit down too, sorry.
Yes. Can we be seated to get started? Got everyone here? Yes, all here that's got to be here, so that's good. I'll call us back to order and we'll get started with item 16, the notice of motion about the rates rebate. Now, this has been submitted by Councillor Mayhem and I believe you would like to make an alteration.
Yes, just before I ask anyone to second this, I'd like to remove the line and lower the abatement threshold to 25,000.
So all those words from and, so the words that will be taken out is and lower the etc.
Yes, so we're just looking at an
It's really-
increase to the rates rebate.
Yep. So it should be straightforward. It's on the screen behind me or in front of you. And that's it. So what we have to do in terms of process is now vote on that. So I'm happy to second. So, sorry?
It's not a motion technically, so it's just a sort of a show of hands, it just needs to be agreement.
Okay, so we need, golly, look. So hands up all those that support the change and against the change, show of hands. Right, so we have a majority of people who support the change, that's done. Okay, so now, Councillor Mayhem, do you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor O'Malley. So now, you have 10 minutes, if necessary, or part thereof.
Thank you. This request to lobby the government speaks for itself. Currently, we're experiencing a cost of living crisis and we owe it to our residents to do everything in our power to push back and request whatever government assistance we can. Property rates are a component that local government uses to the revenue to play a crucial role, but it can also be a significant burden on our vulnerable populations. The rates can disproportionately affect low-income individuals, potentially leading to financial hardship and housing instability. The administration and impact of these rebates vary across local councils. There's disparity around the processing times, the submission methods, the availability and the distribution, even though they're provided uniformly across councils. While the rebate supports lower income homeowners, there's a limited provision for senior people, no specific policy or priority despite their unique financial challenges of an ageing population. Fixed income, senior on the super. An example is a married senior couple on the superannuation must have a rates bill that's greater than $3,000 to be eligible for a rebate at all. So we need a targeted policy that with improvements to ensure equitable rates relief. I'd like to see standardisation of the eligibility criteria and prioritising of senior citizens. The funding system for councils is broken. Homeowners in New Zealand are facing an average rates rise of 15%. This could mean each household is paying an average of $8 an extra per week just on their rates. An average residential rate for a district and city councils nationwide is now at $2,781. That's $171 more than last year. In the last 20 years, the average rate rise was 5.7 a year, but in 2023, that was 9.8, making it the single largest rates rise since 2003. Recently, Honorary Simeon Brown announced there would be an increase in the rates rebate scheme from the 1st of July, and the maximum rebate would be $790, and the income abatement threshold would go up to $31,500. Since 1973, when this was established, the greatest increase in this time was in 2006, when it went from $200 to $500 per annum. I looked at the pattern of rates rebate increases versus the consumer price index and the increments that this went up. It's increased in a very low amount, $40 to $50 per annum, and in my opinion, it doesn't actually match the current rate of inflation. The measurement that the rates are charged across the motu varies hugely. A single parent on a job seeker benefit receives $494.80 per week. That's $25,000 a year, and yet a person who earns $48,000 a year is still eligible for the same level of rebate depending on their rates bill. Approximately 100,000 New Zealanders each year apply for this, and the average payment is $580. So they're not getting the maximum rebate anyway. 78% of these applicants are over 65 years old. I really feel for people at the moment who are struggling to make ends meet. Food's gone up in the past year, inflation, interest rates, rising fuel costs, endless cuts and changes being currently implemented by the government, making the growing gap between rich and poor. The landlord's tax break has suggested rents will get lower, but I'll believe that when I see it. We know that they're passing their rates hikes onto the rent. I was told so by landlords at the ratepayers meeting. In the last 3 years, we've seen significant costs going up in many councils, and we're facing decades of underinvestment in infrastructure. Everything's more expensive. The funding system we have from government is too low, and we need to demand our council rely heavily on the rates alone is unsustainable. We need more than 2% of the gross domestic product, which has been the same for the last half a century, but we have ever-increasing responsibilities. We need a range of levers to address these funding and financial challenges. According to the Taxpayers Union New Zealand, we're facing the second biggest tax hike in the OECD. People are earning no more in real terms, but we have higher and higher proportions of incomes being taken every passing year. So basically, that's it. I'd like to see a change. I'd like us to put a remit to LGNZ, and I note that a remit was made by the Horowhenua Council at the last AGM, but I have no idea where that got, but they were on the right track, investigating options between the Ministry of Social Development to proactively identify households that qualify for rates rebates, rather than waiting for people to apply. And I think we could do a much better job as a council to make sure that all of our residents know about the rates rebate and their eligibility too. It needs to be adjusted in line with the inflation and the cost of living. I think the CPI is not the right measure, and I think that senior citizens are being left right out of the equation. As I said before, 2 senior citizens annual income immediately, unless their rates are more than $3,000, they're not even eligible for a rebate. Yet they have that unique fixed income. We need to do everything in our power to address this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll make a couple of comments on this. Unfortunately, I do not support this. And I think, the government has just made an increase to this. And the increase they've made is with CPI. And that's the same as has been made over each year of the last 5 years. So each government has increased it by CPI. And this year it's increased by $40, 4.7%. And Councillor Mayhem talked about the rates increase being $8. So in fact, in terms of a rates rebate, the amount that is supplied by the government is covering more than the amount by which our rates will increase. So according to those figures supplied. Now, the government has already made a decision on this, so they've already done what they're going to do, and it's completely in line with what the previous government did as well. And I have no doubt, there are more costs in the community, absolutely. Indeed, council is facing much greater increased costs than we had previous. However, that is right across the community. And I don't think it's appropriate to be then hot on the heels of them making a decision to us to then submit to government and say, no, that's all wrong. You should be doing by this vastly different amount. They've already got a policy in place. And one of the things that happens in this council is if we have a policy in place, we try and stick with that policy and run down the line. So I think what's required in order to make an actual change or effect a real change is possibly coming up with a remit to LGNZ so that all New Zealand councils are joining in an action to change the overall policy of rates rebates. And similarly, we could have a letter to the minister, or you could write a letter to the minister saying how you would like to see the overall policy change, because in the speech that we've heard, there's quite a lot of other aspects to the policy that where change is desired, but that's not what is written here. And this is a very narrow focus on just the dollar amount, and that's quite a large increase from what the policy is and what the historical precedents are. So I think it's out of line with government policy and historical government policy across no matter who is in power. And it's all very well to want a change, but I think there's a different mechanism to effect a change, especially when a decision has just been made. So, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will be supporting this motion, and the reason I will support it is that we have campaigned a lot on engaging with the public and listening to what they're saying, and I know I heard Joe Miller say at the public meeting the other night that seniors need it. And I have to say I agree, and I want to commend Councillor Mayhem for the research she'd done on her speech. I thought it was really good, and you gave good facts and figures. While I hear what the Mayor said around the fact that there's already been an increase, we are in unprecedented times. I've never known it in my lifetime, but I believe when I was younger, things, like people were paying way higher interest rates than we're paying now. So it has been hard at other times, but I wasn't aware of it because I was only a child or a baby or something. But my point is, right now, people are finding it extremely tough. There's a cost of living crisis, and everything has increased in cost. And as we know, because we've had to look at rates and increase them. And nobody likes it, but if we can do anything to help that and ease that pain, this costs us nothing to do it, as I understand it. I could be wrong, but if the government's got a rebate that people could get, they should get it, because when you look, as we've said to the public, when you look at the costs that have been increased on our rates, 11%, if not a bit more of that, has come from the government. The government's enforced things upon local government again and again and again, and they're causing this increase in costs that we then have to put on ratepayers. So it's only fair that the government should pay more this, now, particularly now, when they're putting all these costs on us. So I fully support this, and I think every pensioner in town will support it, and so will all the people who are not just pensioners but low income. People, everyday people, just trying to make a living, and they're struggling to make ends meet. And that's a lot of people in this day and age at the moment. Things will change, it's a cycle, but right now, times are tough for people. So, and this is actually it's not a lot of money, but $1,000 to $1,500 is a lot of money to many people, and that would make a huge difference to the increase some are facing in their rates. So, yep, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, I think when we're looking at this, the part of what we're looking at is what is the kind of tax that a rate is. It's a property-based taxation system, and generally speaking, there is a relationship between your ability to pay and your income. However, things can change in your life that affect that. Unemployment, health issues where your income changes but you're still in your house, and you've still got that rate bill coming to you based on the value of your property. And the obvious one that affects us all with age is retirement. And you build up your house, you've got your asset, you've got a rate on it which was affordable when you were working, but now that you have become retired and you've got a limited income, it's becoming a disproportionately heavy tax compared to what it used to be to you. So I do think that's what is addressed in the rates rebate scheme. But the problem is that central government has no appetite for this. Government has been withdrawing from supporting local government for years. And if you want to talk about a big chunk of our rates increase this year is Three Waters, well, that's because it used to be supported until the 1980s by central government. And in fact, if they were not withdrawing in such a high rate, we probably wouldn't need this to the same extent because it would be coming through the general tax. And I do think that's one thing to keep in mind here. If the government is going to continue doing what it is doing, and when I say the government, I just mean Wellington, I don't particularly mean any particular branch, any particular colour of government, because this doesn't dramatically change whether it's red or blue. remember that if the central government is contributing, then it's coming through a primarily income-based taxation system, which is related to the ability of people to pay. So it's a fairer system than a rate system. I do think it needs to adjust to the changes in costs that have gone down over the years. I do not believe that the government will respond, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't ask. And I think the other thing we need to start doing it, and it goes back to a notice of motion, or at least a motion I put up about 2 to 3 years ago, asking for alternative mechanisms for which people can pay their rates. And I would be saying that I think we need to explore, and again, we need the central government to help us with this, to basically use people's equity in their existing houses to help them assist with paying their rate. If the city is prosperous and doing well, the property prices and valuations are going up. These people have very fixed incomes, but they do have an asset which is changing in value. So I think we should also start looking in that direction, which gets back to potentially developing the remit for the rates-based system for consideration at LGNZ AGM. I do think we could put together a relatively sophisticated analysis on what we think, and certainly working with Age Concerned and Grey Power as two particular groups that would be able to give us good insight. We need to address the fact that people may be sitting on an asset which has a certain value, which therefore has a certain rate, but they do not have the income anymore to pay for it. And we've got to address that issue, because otherwise those people suffer unevenly. And the alternative is also not really palatable from my perspective, which is to say that, okay, because this is very hard for this group to pay, we simply won't come out and try to get that money anymore, and we'll end up reducing the city's ability to do things by reducing its tax take. I don't think that's an acceptable answer either, because that then puts us into a spiral of underinvestment. So we have to figure out a way in which the people who are on fixed incomes can contribute in whichever way they can. This is the government's contribution part of it, but also we should look at structures in terms of what we can do inside as a city.
Very good. Councillor Vandervis.
Councillor Mayhem claims to, quote, really feel for people on fixed incomes, quote, and says we need to, quote, do everything in our power to help lower income people. I agree. We are elected as local government. This is a central government issue. And if you look at Dunedin's representation in central government, we don't have a current MP we can even go to. If we're really concerned about people on fixed incomes and our power to help lower income people, we need to look to ourselves and our current 17.5% rates increase. We have within our local government power the ability to dramatically reduce our rates demand on our citizens. And we need to do that in a real way, not in a deferred spending way, that is to say where we keep spending extraordinary amounts, unprecedented amounts of money locally here, and then making the rates figure look less by adding an even bigger unprecedented increase in debt over the next couple of years. This council's spending, much of it I believe lacking in value, is effectively requiring a 58% rates rise this year, as confirmed by our Chief Finance Officer, if we were not to indulge in further increases in debt, and if we were to have a balanced budget. These are the things that are within our power. Doing everything within our power means looking to our own situation first, looking to what we can actually do as local government, rather than trying to sidestep our own profligate spending and blaming central government or wanting central government to help us out. Central government, it's been suggested, I think by Councillor O'Malley, probably won't even respond to this. My view is that if they do, it'll be simply an eye roll, and why would they bother? To me, this kind of motion is not just guaranteed to fail. It's also likely to further alienate Dunedin in the view of the current government, and also simply waste an awful lot of our time and focus that we should be putting into getting our own local government sorted out, rather than wasting our time with motions pleading for central government change, or, as in the next motion, reversing central government policy. Who do we think we are? We are local government, and we need to do everything in our power to help lower income people, to help Dunedin generally. There is so much that we can do, that we could do, that we should do. And here we are, wasting our time on motions that are guaranteed to do nothing but go nowhere and perhaps have some posturing value. I'm going to be voting against this and the next one on the same basis. I won't bother boring you with the same speech for the next motion.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am in support of this motion. The statistics show that Dunedin has one of the lowest household incomes in New Zealand. It's nearly 30% less than the New Zealand average, and also our per capita income is one of the lowest of the major metros. We've got nearly 18% over 65 years old in Dunedin. The average is 16.5% in New Zealand. 28% of our households have just one person in them. New Zealand, the average is 22%. And I talk about percentages, but here we're talking about people. And it is people that matter, and people that are the reason that we are here, and people that are the reason that we were elected to be here as well. The ORC rates rise this morning stuck another $95 per person on the household. And one of the reasons that they wanted to put in another $500,000 fund, which I asked about, was because government funding has been pulled, which has an impact on our people. And we know that other government funding has been pulled. So I also asked about the remits this morning, because as a local government sector, we've seen out there local government New Zealand advocating for our sector, our local government, to fix the broken funding model, because we keep putting pressure on our local people to fill the holes left by central government. And we do need to work together on this. Our rates increase is due to things like Three Waters and infrastructure, and the government pulling out of funding again. So that is necessary, and it sucks. All of this sucks. But we do need to support our older population, the people that live alone, the people that have low incomes, and one way to do this is to try and put pressure on government, and we need to have a united voice on this, and we need to keep saying the same thing, because why should people in our city suffer through these large rates rises, which we are responsible for, but central government is also putting a huge amount of work on us. So I support this motion.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I'd like to thank the mover and seconder, and as Councillor Houlihan has done, acknowledge Councillor Mayhem's extra work on this, hard work on this notice of motion. I think for me this debate reprises the debate that we had when we were discussing the proposed 11% increase on our community housing, and the word equity was used to say that the needs of low-income people who own their own homes should be considered when we're looking at the rent of our community housing tenants. And it's the same thing. It wouldn't, as Councillor Barker and Councillor Malley have said, our spending at local government level would not be necessary if governments of the last 40 years had not practiced austerity and neoliberal policies, so that we are spending at a local government level to fill that gap. And so, I just want to acknowledge that we have to. I salute Councillor Mayhem, because no matter what pushback central government is going to respond to us, we have to have seen by our most vulnerable, those who are on low incomes, superannuitant couples, and singles, as well as Māori. We have to be seen by them to have actually tried to pull all the levers that we can. Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
When I first saw this notice of motion, I was thinking what effect it will have, and I wondered what the purpose was. But as I've investigated this issue, I actually can support this motion on both sides. And the reason I can do that is because, for me, this is not a Dunedin issue. This is a national issue. Okay, so most of the speakers to this point have only talked about Dunedin residents. When you think about this as a national issue, and you start looking at average rates increases in draft plans across 48 councils at 15% or $8 per week, there is a major issue and a problem. When you look at increasing it from the current rates rebate scheme at $750 to $790, people will go backwards on that. There has to be a better system. I don't know what it is, but when you get Buller District Council going up 31.8% of their draft plan, Hamilton City Council 19.9, Greater Wellington 19.8, Hutt City Council 15.9, Christchurch City Council wants a 13.3% increase. Nearly every council in the country is double digit. But the part that I really look at is that, yeah, the Minister of Local Government, Simeon Brown, may just say, yep, great, a letter from Dunedin, away we go. But I think that actually the piece that I think is the important part is developing a remit for the rates rebate scheme for consideration of local government New Zealand, AGM. Let's see if there's an appetite across all the councils to support this. And let's not just think of Dunedin. Because the other thing is, and we went through this with the ORC submission, when we look at Dunedin, we actually pay two sets of rates. But yet you can only apply to one organisation. You can't apply for your $750 at DCC or $790 at DCC and $790 at ORC. You can only apply to one. So there is a factor there as well. So I can see the benefit in actually sending the letter, but also for me it is about the Local Government New Zealand Conference and the AGM and where other councils come to. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Well done, Councillor Mayhem, for putting it forward.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oops, that was a good start, wasn't it? Moving on. Right. Thank you for altering your motion. It certainly halved my short speech. Didn't prevent the spill. But anyway, moving on. Councillor Mayhem, this motion targets the sector of community I have the most empathy for. Those citizens who have their own homes, worked hard, brought up families, paid off their mortgages and saved hard to create a nest egg to prop up their pensions and benefits, especially later in life. Unfortunately, continual rate increases in partnership with inflationary pressures are eroding their savings at an alarming rate. Thankfully, governments do provide rebates for those who qualify. I do support rebates increasing in line with inflation. You are correct in highlighting a large percentage of ratepayers are struggling to pay rates, and it is our responsibility as governors of this city that we ensure we keep rates increases to a manageable level. Double-figure percentage increases are not sustainable. In my short term on council, I am sick and tired of some councillors continually wanting to vote for deluxe options of spending, which have a huge impact on rates rises. Thankfully, Councillor Mayhem, your recent desire to vote for the most expensive option for Bath Street, for example, was voted out. I am not holding you accountable for a $500,000 plus playground for George Street. However, it does highlight that to keep rates increases down, we have to live within our means and work harder to get the city's finances under control. It would be great if government could pay rates bills for struggling residents. However, in reality, there will never be the money in government to cover such expense. I will be voting against this motion and cleaning up my mess. Thank you very much.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep this pretty short. Most people have covered the points, and there seems to be general support by a couple of speakers. Councillor Vandervis, who's busy over there cleaning up a mess from his friend. It is a central government issue, actually, hence the reason why we are writing to central government. And not having a government minister based here in Otapoti, Dunedin, in this area, shouldn't mean that we don't turn off, or we should turn off the central government communications tap. That would just be dumb. And I mean, this motion, thanks to the mover and the seconder, if nothing else, is a signal to government that those struggling in this country, not just this city, as Councillor Wiley pointed out, in this country, in increasing numbers are living in a context of desperate financial stress, actually. I don't think should pass any of us by. And like some others, I think Councillor O'Malley summed up the reasons. I have little doubt, and I have no doubt actually, that this will fall on deaf ears. But nonetheless, it's absolutely no reason not to submit to government in defence of the most vulnerable in our city and as society as a whole. Because the alternative is actually we just follow Councillor Vandervis' mantra of it's a pointless waste of time and do nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
I debated this for a while. I was struggling with the proximity of the proximity to the decision by the government, the likelihood or otherwise of the government listening, and the fact that we need to look after all of our residents. There is undeniably a cost that we must take responsibility for due to underinvestment over the many years. However, a large chunk of the current rates, as has been pointed out, is caused by the requirements imposed by the government or directly caused by their actions. Three Waters, the bins, for example. All and work that we have had to undertake and the costs that we have to pass on is all directly related to central government. Councillor Vandervis said that we must look to what we can do as local government, and surely something we can do is to speak out on our residents' behalf. The councillor is correct in that we don't have an MP, but surely that is a reason to be more vocal and certainly be louder. And like others around the table, I very much doubt that the ears in Wellington will listen, but that is no reason for us to remain silent. That is why I also believe that the most important aspect, as has been pointed out by Councillor Wiley, is Part B. This is a national issue. Yes, we are speaking on behalf of our residents, but it is a topic of national importance. So I look forward to supporting it.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And I won't repeat what has already been said. And I do agree with Councillor Mayhem and all the speakers is that, I mean, we do have to look after all of our residents and do what we can for everybody in our city. At the end of the day, that's what we've been voted for, to achieve the best, what we can for Dunedin and have the best city that we can. But I agree with many councillors around the table, and I'm sure that when the Minister, if the motion does go through and receives a letter from us, he may quite probably and quite rightly think, did we not get the memo that he's just increased the rebate? But I do echo the sentiments of my colleague. There's no harm in telling him what we think that the amount should be. But I would urge Councillor Mayhem in particular to work on the remit for LGNZ, because I think many voices to the minister may make a difference, and I think that is where local government together, I think, we may be heard.
All right. So, your right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no harm in asking the Minister of Local Government. I do understand, Councillor Gilbert, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I put this motion prior to the Minister making his announcement. And rather than withdraw, I decided to keep going with the motion because I believe that the funding allocation is wrong. I'm saying that the measure is wrong. I'm saying that CPI is the wrong measure to use also. It doesn't reflect the cost of living. Also, when we refer to the government, we're talking about the DIA. It's the Department of Internal Affairs that actually sets the rates rebate. And this is a national issue, Councillor Wiley. So a remit to all New Zealand councils to change the policy is what I'm asking for there. B, develop a remit on the rates rebate to take to the LGNZ AGM. And I'm more than happy to help put that together, because the current fund is less than a quarter of what average people pay in rates. What I'm asking for is a third or a half of their rates to be covered, only for those people that are on the lower incomes, and especially our seniors. The key word is that it's disproportionate and affecting our lower income individuals and senior couples on fixed incomes. So there are three things that I see. We need to ask for prioritising of rates for our senior citizens, standardising of the eligibility criteria, and 3, increasing the availability of the rates postponement, especially with a focus on our seniors. This would be beneficial to all of New Zealand. We're talking about fairness, and what we can do as a city council is a targeted outreach and education to inform eligible individuals about the rebate to make sure that we're doing our very best for all of our Dunedin residents. Thank you to my colleagues for acknowledging the work I did over the weekend, and I'm happy to circulate this article from the Retirement Commission about equitable rates relief, where a lot of my information came from. It's really good. I'll email that to you. As Councillor Barker pointed out, 30% lower than average income for Ōtepoti. We can't just sit here and say that we're elected to represent our people and then ask them for a 17.5 rates increase and know the pressure that that creates. It is a major problem, Councillor Wiley, and we are going backwards. We've got 2 sets of rates here in Dunedin and only 1 rebate. We've heard historically from grey power and age concern about the situation for our senior folk, about people taking out reverse mortgages or even worse, mortgagee sales. Please, I hope that you will all get behind this and that we can take a strong remit to the LGNZ AGM and actually ask for a change in the way that this is allocated. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take it in 2 parts, Part A and Part B, because I certainly support Part B, but I can't support Part A, and we'll take it by division. Thanks, Mrs. Adamson.
Part A. Councillor Ackland.
Aye. Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
Carried 10-3. Resolution B. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley,
Yes.
Mayor Raddick,
Aye.
carried 12-1.
Here we go. Item 17, disability support funding. So, Councillor Mayhem,
Over to me
do
again.
you have a seconder for the motion?
I'll second it.
Councillor Walker, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would. I believe I've got good insight into the barriers that exist within our community that prevent Ōtepoti from being a truly livable city for all of its residents. We need to respect and celebrate our carers and whānau, not degenerate them as we've seen in the past months. We've got a motion before us urging decision makers to prioritise the needs of disabilities and work towards a more equitable, inclusive system that enables people to live their best lives. I would like to see an apology to the disability community for the way that the recent changes were handled. Under the new policy, families seeking respite care are likely to be limited to hiring a carer. Accommodation, travel and food costs for carers have also been removed. The supported living payment for family carers is $384.92 per week for those eligible. For 24/7 carers, that equates to $2.29 per hour. Now, let's just be clear that most carers don't choose to be carers. They're looking after family members, children, senior people. It's not like they choose to be in this situation. They're supporting a loved family member. The sudden ban on respite funding and other options to meet the needs of disabled people comes on top of reduction in benefits, below inflation minimum wage increases, the removal of half-price public transport for under 25s, the up-and-coming reinstatement of prescription charges. Every one of these penny-pinching moves heaps pressure on our disabled community, their families and those who support them during a cost of living crisis. Recent education changes will also directly affect children with learning disabilities and the job cuts made in the education sector. Disability support services are badly underfunded already. While disability support service budgets have grown 10% on average, it often struggles and fails to keep up with the increasing demand, staff costs and other cost of living factors. The government cannot plead poverty when it's about to pass a law giving $2.9 billion to landlords. That's not right for disabled New Zealanders, their whānau, workers and providers that support them, that they should face cutbacks while landlords receive support. I call on the Honorary Louise Upston to work with whaikaha and the disability sector and their community to ensure disabled people, their family and whānau and carers have consistent access to the flexible support needed to live with dignity now and into the future. These new restrictions have removed mileage allowances, cut accommodation costs, reduces purchases, and those changes to equipment and home modification priorities, all of which were previously lifesavers for disabled individuals and their families. That flexibility that the individualised funding had provided under the previous purchasing guidelines and the Enabling Good Lives approach that gave more choice and control over how folks were spending their disability support funding. Recent changes implemented on the 18th of March have very limited options. Pitched as a cost-saving measure, I think you need to tell that to the 1 in 59 children who's diagnosed on the autism spectrum. That is 1.1 million New Zealanders who suffer from some kind of impairment. That's 24% of New Zealand's population. While Penny Simons has been removed as the Minister, the government has not restored the funding, and that is what I'm asking for today. Thank you.
I'll just make a brief comment. I can support this because I think it's about freedom of choice. I think it's a freedom of choice issue, and having flexible support of the disabled community makes a big difference in their lives. And for the people that have typically very little choice about many factors in their life, to have some flexible funding does enable them to have more choices about what they do in order to ensure a reasonable a way of life for themselves. So I think that is quite important. And given that the government has responded to this themselves already by changing the Minister of Disability Issues, the possibility exists that they may change this flexible funding issue. So obviously we hope so. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks once again to the mover. I was more than happy to second this. I'll start off by saying I'm very fortunate that I don't have a disability, but I am in the privileged position here today of being able to give voice to someone who can't actually be here today. Last week I spoke to Dunedin disability advocate and campaigner Amy Taylor to get her thoughts on this subject, and these are just a few of her words. In quotes, we are calling on the new Minister for Disability Issues to entirely reverse the 18th March changes to Whaikaha, which is Ministry of Disabled People funding. We call on the government to ensure adequate disability supporting funding in the upcoming budget and to ensure that all disabled people are adequately supported of the cause of their disability. I'm a disabled mother of 2 children. I use a wheelchair and wear bilateral hearing aids. I live with a number of life-altering chronic illnesses. My 2 girls are both diagnosed with ADHD. I receive no disability support for myself and only the child disability allowance for my 2 girls. My husband works full-time to support us. We do not claim any benefits aside from CDA. My hearing aids alone cost our family $150 a month. I require regular doctor's appointments at $50 a time and regular repeat scripts at $26 a time. My wheelchair and car modifications were funded through a Lotteries Individuals with Disability grant, not through MSD or Whaikaha. We pay for wheelchair maintenance ourselves. Our home is not accessible. We have not had access to kitchen or bathroom modifications. We have put a ramp in at our own expense. What I need is home help and a support worker to accompany me when I leave the house. We have 2 kids with ADHD, and after school and school holidays, I care for them alone. These children are not well regulated. They require constant supervision and are quite destructive. I regularly go out alone with both children, and I must control them and keep them safe. It is difficult and stressful. Many places we go are not accessible, and I must manage those challenges and control the children. The children are not able to attend all activities without an adult helper, as their supervision needs are extensive. I cannot provide this support for them. In short, even before the cuts, the support offered by Whaikaha was grossly inadequate. Now many more disabled people are unable to access essential items that make their lives a little easier. Parent carers who have access to carer support payments are not able to access breaks and must engage as an employer with all the responsibilities that entails to get support. They are still only offered $80 a day when minimum wage is $23.15 an hour. Make no mistake, these funding changes are cuts. Stopping people using their allocated funding is a cost-saving measure, a funding cut. As disabled people, we refuse to have what we need dictated to us. We know what we need. We live our lives. We understand the challenges we face. This is the basis of the Enabling Good Lives concept. These changes are a direct contradiction of that concept. She wrote, I hope that helps. Thanks, Steve. And in a follow-up message, she briefly states, I'm happy for you to use my name. None of this is a secret. One thing I didn't add is that I need our house to be vaguely tidy to mobilise safely, but with no funded home help and 2 young kids with ADHD, that just doesn't happen, which makes it challenging for me to even move around my own home. I struggle to read that without tears in my eyes, actually, so I'll just say her name again, Amy Taylor. Amy's words are from the heart. They reflect a real-life situation, a life that has been turned upside down by the recent government changes. Amy is intelligent, smart and tenacious. In fact, she's the one that organised the recent march in George Street protesting the policy changes. And during the speeches, she spoke very passionately about how the changes impinge so punitively on her and the whole disabled community here in Otapoti, Dunedin. I think, councillors, you'll agree, Amy's words I have read out aloud today are powerful words and reason enough for us to support this motion with a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. As it happens, I knew Amy Taylor was socially prior to her being in a wheelchair, and I was shocked to see her in a wheelchair because, of course, her life is completely different to what it was when I knew her. So, yeah, I can attest to the fact that, you know, it's completely different from when I knew her. But this motion is personal for me because, as you all know around here, you've heard this story many times, but, you know, I have a son with high disability needs, very high, actually, we've been told. Apparently, that's his funding category. And so when I heard they were making cuts, instantly, of course, I thought, oh, how does that relate to us? What does that mean? Does a teacher aid go? Does he, because he gets devices to be able to see, do they go? And I went through the list of all the things at the moment he gets, and I thought, now, so what I would add to that is that if the government says, oh, no, we're not cutting anything, which I have heard, they're saying, oh, there's not, no, it won't affect you, you won't get cuts. What this has done, the announcement of it, has put fear into every member of the disability community, because everybody now thinks if they haven't got a cut right now, they might be coming. So I know, I'm sitting there thinking, and I was, over the holidays, I was texting carers to say, are you still going to be there on Monday? You know, I didn't know when he went to school if they were going to be there or not. And so I hope like mad they are, because we have what I call them like our extended family around us, that they help care for my son when I'm not there. And that is essential, and it means that he has a pretty, you know, he's able to have as normal a life. He's fairly normal life, and actually I'd say he's probably thriving. But that's because he has really good carers, and he has support, and he has devices. He gets a couple of laptops and a computer from the Ministry of Education, and there, of course, some of the things we've mentioned that you know, they're saying could be under review, so that he can only learn like that because he has headphones and can hear the words on the screen that way. So while some people might think that many of these things are wasted costs, I can tell you they're not. They completely change people's lives, and they mean that they can have as normal a life as possible, and what parent doesn't want that for their child?
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I will be supporting this, but I sort of struggle with the wording, but actually I agree with the intent. And the reason I say that is because, for example, on a News Talk ZB press release or media article today, it states that the government prepares a review of the troubled Ministry of Disabled People. A confidential memo reveals its many flaws. Now, this is not a national government issue, and I'm going to go on. The Ministry of Disabled People took on huge financial risks during its hurried establishment and has not been equipped with the ability to manage them, a confidential briefing shows. The Ministry has been in the spotlight after abruptly restricted funding to disabled people last month because it was about to run out of money, a bungle which led to the demotion of former Minister Penny Simmons. The National League government is expected to confirm a review of the ministry today, barely 2 years after it was set up as part of the previous government's health reforms. Sorry, my computer just decided to time out. A briefing to the former Finance Minister Grant Robertson from September last year, obtained by the Herald, showed that the officials flagged a number of significant problems within the ministry, which is responsible for commissioning $2.2 billion in support services each year. So that's, you know what, the previous government knew there were problems, but yet they decided to hide them. So what has happened today, and I've shared this with you about an hour ago, there's an independent review into disability support services. So Honourable Louise Upston has announced that today, which actually goes into a lot of what Councillor Mayhem has said. And if you read the link that I sent you, you'll see exactly what it covers off, and it covers off nearly everything that Councillor Mayhem has said. The issue being is actually the previous government bungled it. When you start reading into what took place, they absolutely stuffed this up. And I feel sorry for the disabled community and the effect it's had on them. But as we're learning, there's been many other issues which have been bungled as well. So if you want to punish any government that's in today for what's taking place, actually start doing the digging and find out where the problem started. And even the CEO of the organisation clearly articulates that in the articles as well. But I will support this, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Well, I was going to kind of point that out as well, because yes, Louise Upston has mentioned that, as well as pointing out that since coming into office, they have received worrying advice about the risks inherited by the ministry when it was set up less than 2 years ago, and whether it was adequately equipped to manage them. Now, I was reminded at that point of it is council and government's duty, role, responsibility, whatever, to inherit from the previous one, no matter what it is, just as we have to wear the credit and the blame for anything that came before us. I was going to be supporting this anyway as a son of a mother with a disability, but whilst it's slightly redundant now, with this review having been announced, I was still happy to put my name behind it.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koe anō, Councillor Mayhem, and thank you also to the seconder, Councillor Walker. I'd just like to acknowledge colleagues who have spoken in support of the motion and acknowledge Councillor Wiley's pointing out the investigation. However, I still, whether it was Labour's fault or National's fault, whatever, it really, to me, begs the question, because we again are talking about not nice to haves, we are talking about the human rights of persons with disabilities, and we have to acknowledge that constantly, whether under National or Labour governments, people with disabilities have suffered. And I still, in light of even with the announcement of the review, which I think is a waste of time, I think they should just re-establish the funding they cut. That's me. And I just think we have to acknowledge that it's not about politically blaming anyone. We just have to acknowledge that our society does not uphold the rights of many vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, I think a lot of people, when they look at a resolution like this, they might say that this is not a core council activity because this is mostly a central government activity, but I think that we as an elected representative group sometimes find ourselves in a place that, while this is not a core activity, representing all of the people in this city is part of our core responsibility. So in this many respects, this is saying this is a message to central government from Dunedin, but also getting back to even the previous notice of motion, this is a nationwide issue here, and we are saying from one of the cities in your country, this is a statement back to you. Most people will know that I'm an equal opportunity critic when it comes to government. I will give it to both sides, and I would have to say that's probably true to some extent, that this government has probably inherited something that was not necessarily well executed or put together, because that was probably one of the criticisms I had of the previous government. However, that doesn't mean you necessarily go and cut everything back and get rid of it. And it gets to the last point. Balancing a budget is pretty easy. You just got to have a basic understanding of addition and subtraction. But setting a budget with balance is much harder. And this is about fairness and equity. And the bottom line is, you can save money by not funding things, but is that moral? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This council supports and engages with the disability sector extremely well. I believe LGNZ, whom our council is a member of, are and should be the go-between all local body councils and central government. I'm definitely opposed to this council lobbying the present coalition government directly on policy. But back to the disability sector within our community, not happy with the government support funding changes. Congratulations. To date, you have done a great job in highlighting your concerns, and it's obvious your voices are being heard in the beehive. From what I've heard today, I will be supporting this motion, but would prefer if it had gone through LGNZ. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think, as we know, LGNZ is often a long and protracted process. And we were just talking this morning about doing the remits and how challenging that is. So I believe that on behalf of everybody that lives in Dunedin, it's our job to be the voice of our people, and it's a job to be a strong voice and lobby central government for whatever, for our people. 1 in 4 people in New Zealand have a disability. So all around this table and in this room, all of us know someone with a disability, and I think that it is our absolute duty to speak up for them. The cuts were horrific. We went to the marches in the Octi and we heard people's stories, and they're gut-wrenching, and people are afraid. And we heard Chris Ford from Disabled Persons Assembly talk this morning about how someone just couldn't stop crying. These are people's lives, and if we can do something to improve their lives, it is our absolute duty to do so. For all of us, this is a there but the grace of God go I, and that's for everyone around the room. And these are real life situations that we've heard from people today. I think it's great that there's an independent review. That's going to take time, and that's just going to take time. I think the problem is we need the money now to help people that are disabled, to get them the access to the care that they need, and to stop the worry and stress that's going on. So I think that we need to get it right. I think that's what Councillor O'Malley said I can't quote you, but about balance, and that's what we need to achieve. And as for the people of Dunedin, we are their voice, and I think that it is our job to lobby government. So I do support this, and I hope that we get the letter written pretty quickly.
Right. I think we've done with speakers. Your right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You mentioned freedom of choice, but I think most people with a disability, they don't actually choose, and they don't choose to be a carer for someone with a disability either. It's normally a very close to home situation. I know if Councillor Gary was here, she would have a lot to say on this matter, having lived experience too. It is a human rights issue, enabling better lives for our vulnerable citizens. I asked a number of people to speak to the public forum today, and there were hurdles that got in their way. One woman had a daughter in hospital. Amy, who Steve spoke about, had a hospital appointment that she couldn't get out of. Members of the Disability Issues Advisory Group have problems around transport. There's one provider, big gyms, mobility, and unless they book that taxi ride a week in advance, and I know when they come to meetings they're tag teaming in and out of the building just to have a mobility vehicle, and that'll be why Chris came in on the Zoom, because it's very hard. It's very hard to get around the city if you are a wheelchair user. Councillor Lefiso is right, it is a human rights issue, and if you've ever worked in the care industry like I have, or an institution even, you'll see what kind of a life it is to be confined to your own home. I started working in rest homes as a teenager and then working in private care after Cherry Farm closed down. And I was working in places that, did resemble an institution, and I think we've come a long way to enabling better lives here in Dunedin, but we could still do a lot better. And like Councillor Barker pointed out, 1 in 4 people in New Zealand here in Dunedin suffer from a disability, and a lot of those disabilities are unseen too. And I think we can't even begin to imagine what it is like for some of our most vulnerable citizens to be coping with these changes at the moment. And we heard from Chris earlier about how it's the removal of choice and control, how well-being's been affected, of reducing ability to be able to visit your family, being confined to your home, having access to things like physio, occupational therapy, and special treatments that cannot be obtained in any other way, equipment for self-care and movement around your home. This causes enormous distress and anxiety. And also the recent cuts to education around language therapy and the jobs being cut to supporters in the classroom for children with learning disabilities. This affects my own child's classroom situation, where there are a lot of children that have special needs at her school, and I wonder how hard it will become for the other children in the classroom when they don't have the support for these students as well. I just think, again, we have to do everything, and I mean everything in our power, to represent our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you for your support today, my colleagues.
Okay, so that said, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No, recorded, please.
Thank you. And I'll put the next motion, which is that we'll now move into non-public. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.